Lost my little friend, thought I'd never see. Chasing after shadows like a ghost in me. Every corner turned, calling out your name. Missing all the moments, it's a heartless game. Running through the park, feeling all so blue. But that silver lining is a light breaking through. Find your way home. Love will lead you right through the darkest night.
Down in the shadows, searching for a sign. Lost and alone, I hold on tight to memories that intertwine. Thinking of you, it tears me apart, but I won't let go. You're my heart. So find me in the light. We won't hide. And I know that we'll unite. It's do or die. Every whispered promise echoes through the night. I'm chasing dreams, won't give up now. The missing piece I vow. In every beat, I feel you near. Together we'll conquer every fear. So find me in the light. We won't hide. And I know that we'll unite. It's do or die. Through the storm, I'll stand tall. We will rise, won't fall. In the shadows, I felt lost, but love breaks every cost. So find me in the light. We won't hide. And I know that we'll unite. It's do or die. Swipe left, it's a trap now. In the digital zone, everyone, where you at? Caught up in your phone, hyped up, we can't back down. This is all we've known. We're lost in all the rhythms. Let's go, let's go, let's go. We are oversaturated. We are inundated. We are manipulated. We are the overstimulated. Let's go, let's go. Scroll fast, can't relax till our minds are blown. Caught up, where you at? These ideals we own. Hyped up, lost connections. Living on our own. We're trapped in pixels now. Let's go, let's go, let's go. We are oversaturated. We are inundated. We are manipulated. We are the overstimulated. Let's go, let's go.
Swirls above this haze to the twisting. Sunshine, spun mind, spun leg. It's time to change the game. We will fight, we will so we can claim our energy. We are oversaturated. We are way too slow. Maps are red and markets scream, but the kettle's on, so pour the tea. Oil tank blinking, empty light. Prices jumping overnight. Everyone's pretending calm while satellites keep coming bombs. They say don't panic, don't be rude, just buy a little extra food. Smile while the shelves are thin, like this was always how it's been. Buy the last roll on the shelf tonight. Sugar in my coffee, world on fire. Pretty little mushroom cloud sky. Everything's fine, everything's fine. Fill the tank up for morning news. Lip gloss, glitter, doing pastel hues. Dance while the sirens harmonize. Everything's fine, everything's fine. Trump on TV switching lanes. Whispered plans and different names. Everyone with maps and charts. Playing games with loading hearts. Some say war is just a bluff. Some say we're already close enough. I'm just pushing down the aisle. Counting cans and trying to smile. Don't panic, keep it cute. Ignore the tremor underfoot. History humming in the wires while someone plays with nuclear fire. Buy the last roll on the shelf tonight. Sugar in my coffee, world on fire. Pretty little mushroom cloud sky. Everything's fine, everything's fine. Fill the tank up for morning news. Lip gloss, glitter, doing pastel hues. Dance while the sirens harmonize. Everything's fine, everything's fine. Maybe it's nothing, maybe it's fate. Maybe tomorrow we wake up late. Maybe the quiet right before dawn is just the world holding its breath too long. Buy the last roll on the shelf tonight. Fast like me on a satellite. If the sky turns violet white, everything's fine, everything's fine. Hold my hand if the power dies. Static snow in the summer skies. We'll still sing while the signals die. Everything's fine, everything's fine.
I call you mad at Joe. I call you baby Joe. Behind my screen, I feel so bold. While I'm in your DM trying to make you feel down, I'm also in your wife asking for Bob and Beijing, you clown. While I poo in the streets, I think Israel's real nice. Who cares what they do to other brown people? I'm safely far away. I don't care if you catch PDF files or you're really nice. I'm going to spend all night making your life my device, dropping insults left and right, like it's my virtual fight, acting like a Roger from the safety of my phone's light. I call you Madachol, I call you Benchol. you enjoyed. I call you, I should know. This act is really old. I annoy you in the call center with my accent so thick. I scam your brandy out of her lost little bit. But don't you dare insult this girl. I'll tell you to delete yourself pretty quick. While I violate my sister, I'll have you know, Israel is the last bastion of democracy. Matter control.
Yes, I am. Started out as a counselor in Leinster. That was the plan. I joined the party, shook the hand, and now I'm in with the man. They knew I had potential, so they gave me a quick scan. Off to the big house in Dublin, they said. Knocked on every door, made sure I was ahead. Election night came, and I was truly elected. They hoisted me up, quotas all respected, and the party was flush. A cool extra 10 grand from the dollar surprise. Shook hands with the fools and celebrated with cognac and blow. Never tried that before, but oh, what a night. Until the man whispered, take care of us and you'll be all right. Arrived at the doll, brown envelope in hand. Just voted today, thought this life is so grand. Drank with Mary Lou, Brad, Carr, and Martin. No one pays the tab, they said you're just starting. Next session at the doll, another envelope for me. Signed off on the bike shelter, good for the air, you see. Then the party took notice, my charm and my wit. You're perfect for a leader, you've got the right fit. Election rolled around and we won it by far. People said I played a blinder, I was now a star. But those brown envelopes, they never stopped, reminding me daily of the ladder I topped. Ignored the hobbit next door with his dubious ways. School still unfinished, hospital in a haze. But then Brussels called, said my career's not done. Hiked up the taxes, the people were stunned. lost my seat, my ego, bruised and deflated. But Mary Lou said, don't worry, you'll be reinstated. Now, as a legal consultant, life's a bit strange, but in a few years, I'll be back in the game. The other party won, but that's quite alright. Mary Lou's my pal, she'll get me back in sight. So here I sit, a senator soon to be. It's not over, just a break for me. We are a politician, we never truly fall. We just changed the title, but we've still got it all.
Howdy, folks. Give me 1 second. I need to. Wow. Wait, hold on. Video settings, is it? Is that? No, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm this little tiny box here in the corner. I need to resize myself. Here we go. Customize. That's it. We'll give it 20, 30, 38, 40%. Yeah, that's good enough. How's it going, folks? I'm your host, Howard. We will be joined by Morgan in about 10 minutes. He's working on some last-minute content for the show. In the background, we are looking at a slightly pixelated Dublin port. I'll see if I can up the video quality there. There we go. That's not even marginally better. I guess it's just one of those days in Dublin, one of those nights. It's not looking good, guys. Before heading out this morning, I thought I had scheduled the show on YouTube. The schedule didn't go through, and I only discovered that like 5 minutes before the show. And now nobody's here. I don't mean to say nobody. Oh, yeah, well, absolutely not nobody. Dr. Crispy is in the room. I saw Jojo there a while ago. Hopefully she's still around. God, Jesus. I'm just having a bad day all around, you know. And then I hear that Tim Curry has passed from this world. A legend of the big screen, as well as the little screen. Known for, well, I know him for the Rocky Horror Picture Show. That's what I know him for. This is not a repeat, Crispy. Sorry for the confusion. I didn't have time to think of a new title. We're going to be looking at the second half of the Owens the Owens Wilson debate, because they have to get into, you know, the more broader question of, if not Tyler, who. But we have some unexpected news just in that we need to cover. Second half of the debate. Yes, thank you for jumping in there, Morgan. Watched this at the weekend. Yeah, no, trust me, you didn't, because it's yet to happen. Yeah, I know Tim Curry for the Rocky Horror Picture Show. There we go. Let me see. Okay, we can we can show an iconic thing. If anyone has played late 90s, early 2000s, actually mid 90s real-time strategy games, you may know of the Red Alert or Command and Conquer series, the Red Alert game. And these guys, Westwood Studios, were the first really to have cutscenes in a game. And they got their hands on some great actors. One of those great actors was Tim Curry. And to clarify who the hell he's supposed to be playing, the Red Alert series is an alternate reality where basically the Soviet Union, well, Hitler doesn't even rise to power because he was killed with the use of a time machine. And so the Soviet Union basically grows much larger than it is in our timeline. And they have wild technology. I guess they went into the future, and I'm not totally up on that. But basically, he's playing a communist commander here. It's just beautiful. It's just wacky. Just drink this in.
Commander, you've rained on my glorious parade. For this, I'm sending everything I've got at you. But I won't let you have the satisfaction of catching me. I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
Ah, Tim Curry. I'm going to miss you. And Dolly Parton passed as well. Another legend in her own way. Is the debate still going on? Well, what are you asking, Dr. Crispy? I only learned this last night about Dolly Parton, that she wasn't just, another celebrity who did this kind of silly Southern music thing. Turns out she was a good soul, a very good soul. She dedicated herself to helping adults and children to read, increase the literacy of her state and beyond. Even she expanded her efforts to the world, and that was mostly motivated by her father, who was illiterate. So supposedly, I learned today that the family was just dirt broke when she came into the world. The doctor who helped deliver her was paid in a sack of corn flour as opposed to money. And her last years on this earth were dedicated to caring for her husband, who needed care there at the end, because they actually loved each other. It was a deep and abiding love. And would you know, just months, almost a year after he passed, well, she did too. And there's a few folks online saying, she got the vaccine and she was pushing the vaccine, and then that's, so who cares about her? Fuck her. Come on. This is shit brains. You have to look at a person in their totality, no matter what you might think of one thing or another. A thing that gets overlooked since the start of the crisis around 2021 and onward, as well as the introduction of the vaccine, a lot of people were close to, as in like physically day to day, close to elderly people who had weakened immune systems, and they made their decisions because they didn't want to endanger those people who they loved. So sometimes it's important to take a step back and, you know, see things for what they are, see people's actual motivations as opposed to reducing things down to us versus them. We have Morgan in the green room. Thank God, because I was floundering. I'm still kind of caught up in my fuck up from today. Can you believe that I thought I scheduled the show this morning before I left the house, and a friend of mine was asking me for a link, and I said, okay, I'll go get it. And it wasn't popping up on YouTube. Oh, I'll go to the channel and get the link there. No, it wasn't fucking scheduled.
Yeah, I can believe that. That's been mean. No, normally you're very good at that, but yeah, what can you do? You know,
miracle. We have 8 viewers. You know, wow. You know, by the way, Natalia, hello. You asked for a shout out, so my actual real life friend.
Oh, hello, Natalia. I don't like that. Sounds like one of those dirty foreign names to me. Right. Okay. Yeah. Hello, everybody. Welcome. All the niceties and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So we have to cover the second part of the Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson debate. But before we get to that, I'd like to address some things. So last week, we had our friend, used the term loosely, in our chat. I didn't know she was there, but apparently she was there and left some messages. Again, it's Clara from what's her channel called? Just Clara, is it?
Clara WRXD.
Yeah. So she's threatening us again with lawfare to be I don't know, criminally trespassed or something from the internet. I don't know. So yeah, so you know, threats of getting the guards involved again and being sued and whatever. For being mean, apparently. It's okay for her to be mean to other people, you know. I guess it's okay if you're mean to other people, but if people are mean to you, well then it's foreboding, you know. But I get it, like, you know, nobody likes it when somebody's mean about you, you know, or calls you up on your horse shit. Like we all get caught up in it, you know. But and even some of us we threaten lawsuits and get the guards involved and all that kind of shit. But is that something we want to do, really? Is it? And are we that thin-skinned? I don't even know what we said about her or what we did that upset her so much. I suppose it all comes down to your perspective. But so I'll put the invite out there. So Clara, if you are listening, there's an open invite to come on to the show and talk, at least from me. I'm sure Howard will echo that as well. So if you want to come on, hash it out, come on the show. You can't really come in demanding that we don't talk about you and then in the same breath demand that we talk about you. I saw your messages afterwards, and it's you know, kind of daring us to talk about you so you can run to your solicitor or whatever. Fair enough. You want to do that, that's your prerogative. Go ahead and do it. Spend whatever 10-20 grand on a lawsuit to get what, 5pence out of me, probably 6pence old money at a Howard, you know. Do whatever you need to do, but come on and have a chat, see what the big issue is. Because like I said, there seems to be a little bit of hypocrisy where you can say whatever you want about anybody you wish, you know, but somehow when it's done to you, there's an issue, you know. So please, the invitation is out there. If you want to come on, say the word and we'll invite you on the show and we can talk about whatever it is you want to talk about. And so the other thing I wanted to address was our old friend of the show County Gains.
Ah, yes.
Who hasn't come to our attention for a very long time. I think he's another co-founder of Stop Being Mean to Me and I Want to Kill You fan club that we have. And so he got his knickers in a twist many moons ago. And then we came to a kind of I don't know if it was an agreement or not. Like, so we said, look, you just do your thing and we'll do our thing. I don't think there was any promises made that we wouldn't talk about him again.
No.
No. So, but we're going to talk about him again because he's been attacked from somebody else. And I wouldn't class this as an attack. But some nasty words have been said about him. An article was written about him in what he is referring to as a mainstream publication. I don't know if it is or not. I never heard of it.
No.
It may well be Debate.ie, something like that.
I've heard about it twice in my lifetime. Okay. And it's just a music magazine, right?
Okay. Yeah. I think so. So it's kind of strange that music magazine would be talking about far-right streamers as they're referring to him. So I want to have a look at that first before we dive into Candace, because that's going to be quite long and we'll just reacquaint us with County. So I'll bring that up and we can just dive straight into that. So 2 months ago, I thought it was more recent. It just appeared in my YouTube feed. I'd kind of forgotten about County altogether. The last time we had an interaction again, it was threats of violence. So, if we were vindictive people, we could be going to the guards and getting our solicitors involved, that these people just won't leave us alone. They keep threatening to kill us. And
I had, because I live in the same county as him, I had a legitimate reason to be frightened of him because he's like psycho, man. The way he comes across, threatening you and like saying, playing the big man, like I'm stronger than you thing. Like that's a legitimate threat,
and it might be something for us to work on, because I think if there was to be a physical altercation, we probably would come off the worse for it, and that's not fair. It's not. That's kind of bullying, really, if you're a big guy and you're picking on physical weakling specimens like ourselves. It's not a fair fight. So I did ask him if he wanted pistols at dawn. I thought that would be a fairer solution, but that didn't work out.
No.
But I do respect County Gains because I have a soft spot for fucking lunatics.
Yeah, same.
And same with Clara as well. I know she'll never see it. She can't see the kindness behind our, I don't even, what would you call it? Because there's no real bad intent from us towards her. Like, it's just like, here's this person who appears on the internet, is talking horseshit, as we see it, right? So we just make fun of it. Sure, the same can be done to us. But it's just that she's so fucking outrageous in her horseshit that it has to be called out because it's hilarious. I find it hilarious. I listened to her last stream, or maybe it was 2 streams ago. But she kind of really hates Elon Musk, which is not unusual,
No.
Everybody seems to hate Elon, but for different reasons. But she seems to hate him because he's a billionaire. And,
that's weak sauce, man.
I know, and she kind of expanded on why she hates him for being a millionaire. It's because he's not doing with his money what she wants him to do with his money. And what she wants him to do with his money is something like fix the railway system in the United States.
Okay, what? So he can then own it because the people who pay for things own them?
I don't fucking know. Like, it's just because he's money and he shouldn't be spending it on whatever he's spending it on. And she seems to think that because he has a net worth of a couple of billion, that equates to having that couple of billion just stashed under the bed. Yeah. And then he just goes to the White House with a truck full of money and goes, here, fix the railways. It doesn't work like that.
No, it doesn't. Not to mention the fact that if he actually did spend all his money, then it would be like in the 1920s or whenever the Depression was, where you go to this shop with a wheelbarrow of cash to buy a loaf of bread.
Yeah.
Like it would destroy, like, not just the US economy, but the world economy would just collapse.
Yeah, and I don't even think as Wealth would cover the cost of replacing the tracks, like in for 70% of the states, like, and then so there just seems to be, it's okay for you to spout this kind of fucking nonsense. But then when we pick up on it and make fun of it, and especially around the booage, that seems to be a no-go area for men these days. We're not allowed to comment on women at all, ever, in any way, shape, or form, in a negative fashion. We should probably just walk around with our eyes to the ground all the time, just saying, yes, dear. So that's the new mantra for the new century, is just anytime a woman says something to you, it's just yes, dear, yes, dear, yes, dear, yes, dear. So anyway, enough horseshit aside. So Clara, if you are out there, if you do want to come on, if you want to get it off your chest, so to speak.
But it's important to say, like, we're not going to be like laying into her or anything, because we can't, because we're just not that kind of people. We're not those kind of people. We're very shy, really. We treat people with common respect.
Yeah, common being the perfect word there. So if you come on, if you give, well, then you'll get, so it's that simple. There will be a matching of energies, let's say.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Okay, so now back to county.
Right.
Where have you gone? Dear County Gains.
So it's interesting, though, that I haven't read this yet, but it's funny that he just goes to attack. So any negative framing of him is an attack. I mean, it's not unique to County Gains. It's a part of the grift,
Yeah, it's just So we won't. He's going to read the article anyway. For us, so we don't really need to go to the article itself proper. So let me switch screens.
Yeah, but like, is he a very good reader though?
Better than cameras. Let's put it that way. Okay, let's just dive into County.
I've had my first ever mainstream slanderous article written against me today. So, bit of a different video here. We have from thebeat.ie, which I didn't even know what it was, but somebody sent me this article that was written back in June the 2nd by a man named Chris Kennedy.
Yeah, maybe he's not, or back in June the 2nd.
Right.
So, back on.
You're nitpicking, man.
Yeah, I know, right?
Apparently, thebeat.ie is an independent music sort of promotion or news platform. Basically, it talks about different musicians and artists that have come out. Well, this man, Chris Kennedy, with the same name as me, basically said that he's going to write an entire slanderous article about me. So here we go. We're going to do a reaction to it today. It says, County Gains, the musical reactions to political commentary. From music reactions to political commentary. Now, Chris Kennedy, for those who don't know, I had to Google this guy. This is the guy here, guys. This is the man that's judging me. I go to the gym every day.
I've never taken to move this. Sorry, I need to move us out of the way just so we see this. Okay. All right, so yeah, that's, I don't know, that's a guy that writes for music. Magazine. Yeah,
and I was going to say he looks like an Oasis fan, so that the same there in the background with an Oasis t-shirt. So he's obviously at the Oasis concert,
Drugs ever. I've never drank a cup of coffee in my life. Okay.
What? Oh my god, what a boring piece of shit, man.
Yeah. So
fuck.
That's shocking like that. No. I don't like coffee, but curiosity got me to see what the fuss was all about.
Once, yeah. Wow.
So I think we're into kind of Daniel O'Donnell teetotal country, like he's only missing the Pioneers pin. But this is part of his self-image, isn't it? This kind of purer than the driven snow, doesn't smoke, doesn't drink, never did drugs,
right?
Never smoked marijuana, not even a cup of coffee.
Right.
And I've never really even taken caffeine. I've never smoked weed. I've never smoked a cigarette. I don't drink excessively or anything like that. I try and keep a kind of a clean-cut life. I go to the gym every morning for the last 15 years, whatever. I'm actually trying to live...
Wait. Stall the fucking ball. This dude got fat in the last few years. That's a fucking lie, Chris, and you know it.
So every day for the last 15 years, you might need a different personal trainer or a different routine. And but is that a flex? Is it just, you know? But I suppose he's trying to draw this contrast between him and this obvious evil demon who does clearly drink heavily, drinks the devil's juice coffee, as it's known.
Life. This guy here goes to festivals. Oh.
What?
He goes to festivals.
That?
Yeah,
he goes to festivals.
He should be shot.
Common dirt.
He's no use to society at all because he enjoys
life,
music amongst
general.
other people. Like I don't go to festivals. Not because, you know, I'm a superior being or they're beneath me. I just don't enjoy being around that many fucking people.
Yeah,
sleeping
I
in a
don't
tent
like
overnight.
getting my feet wet.
Yeah,
that's generally what happens at a festival.
Yeah, so you know, it's not for me, and that's fine. But I don't look on festival goers as some sort of a degenerate class that we should really do away with. Or, but County apparently does like this. If you go to a festival, there you have it. If you go to a festival, you are a degenerate.
You go to festivals? I've never been to a festival in my life. If you go to festivals regularly, you are a degenerate idiot. This guy obviously high off ecstasy or cocaine. Who knows?
Oh my God! Jesus Christ! The dude is just talking about your content style. You know, he's not. You know, you can come along. Like, I haven't read this, but I know for a fact he's not like this County Gains guy. He stinks. I bet he smells like shit. No. You are the one coming out with this personal shit, man. You better watch your mouth because you might get done.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Like, so he's open by saying this guy clearly slandered him, but all we're saying so far is County Kane slandering this dude. Like, you know, clearly an ecstasy head, a coke fiend, which he may well be.
Yeah,
but we don't know that, and I suppose it's safe to say that if somebody is frequenting festivals, well, then there's a higher probability that they're inclined to be taking ecstasy or cocaine. But again, even if someone takes cocaine or ecstasy, doesn't necessarily mean they're a degenerate. You know, they could be, but again, you don't have to indulge in ecstasy or cocaine to be a degenerate either. But very uncharitable from County.
Yeah. I was drinking a beer, doing a little kind of a gay selfie with his little bucket hat on.
Gay selfie? What?
So what have we had so far? So this man is a homosexual.
Yeah.
A drug addict.
Yeah.
A degenerate. I think that's it, isn't it? So far, what, 2 minutes? Not even 2 minutes in.
Yeah.
Absolute idiot.
Idiot.
Degenerate is making fun of me and calling me names in this article. Okay. Now the actual article itself is pretty insulting. It's kind of fair in some parts, but it's just the whole overlook of the actual article. Okay.
Yeah. Be honest. He upset you, and you want to fucking kill him.
I would be upset if someone wrote me up. Or, you know, Clara again, you know, if someone fucking took the piss out of me for 5 hours on a live stream, you know, I'd be upset too. But, you know, there's ways of dealing with that being upset, which is to either respond in kind or just get the fuck over it.
Yeah. But there seems to be other options, which is, you know, threaten physical violence, call the cops. Take a civil case against people, and for me that seems a bit extreme. And you know that's kind of it's bullying, isn't it? Really, when you think of it, it's like you're bullying people into silence. You're threatening to set a law against them or to drag them through a court because somebody said something mean about you. Like it's a bit extreme for me.
And I'll explain why. It says here, County Game, the art of the grift. Right off the bat, basically the guy is accusing me of grifting. Grifting to me is not believing what you say. I absolutely believe absolutely everything that I say. And obviously this guy here is a loser, complete nobody that anybody cares about.
Oh my God. You don't know any of this, you know?
Again, he's trying to poison the well.
Yeah.
So his fans, this guy shouldn't be listened to. He's no right to say anything. He's a degenerate loser. Why would anybody listen to a degenerate loser? And then you got to ask the question, why are you yourself listening to a degenerate loser? And why has he managed to crawl under your fucking skin simply by calling you a grifter?
Yeah.
And he wants to insult me and bring me down because we're making massive changes in Irish society. We're shifting the entire Overton window about what people can talk about here in Ireland. And this loser is a complete nobody, is doing nothing for anybody. And of course he has to attack me. County Gain, the art of the grift. And you see here as well, it's complete AI driven. This is an AI picture, okay? The guy was too lazy to actually design a thumbnail for his picture.
How do you know? That could be from one of the many services that an outlet like this subscribes to. Where you get stock images, like you're projecting here, man.
Yeah, again, his own thumbnails aren't the best. I don't see a problem with using AI for thumbnails. Is it lazy? I suppose so. You could make the same argument about Photoshop when it was first introduced. Was that lazy? Well, yes. If previously you had to go to the trouble of actually getting stock photographs and splicing them, and then so it can go all the way back to oral history. Books are lazy, Jesus. I remember the days when we used to have to tell stories ourselves and pass them down and memorize them. Now look at these lazy cunts with their fancy books, cheating, so they are.
His article, so he had to do it AI. And it says here on the left, you can kind of see, it's kind of hard to see, but on the left of the picture, you have me, apparently, I'm sitting there looking at the video.
Really?
On the left, you have artists, and it's all beautiful. And then on the right, you have sort of political controversy. Like, he's also basically inferring.
It's almost like an image that depicts what the story's about.
Yeah. Look, he was pulling up the fucking title as well. I mean, great. He describes what the article is about, so I don't need to do too much guessing whether I want to read it or not.
That politics is bad and that music is good. There's more things in the world, okay? There's more things in the world to life than music, okay? There's more things in this world.
This is a music magazine. That's the perspective that the author is coming from. He's not saying that's all it's about. What do you want him to put in? Everything?
Yeah. And there's a strong link between music and politics, the whole 60s counterculture movement. And
every political movement had fucking music at the center of it, except for this one that we're in, by the way.
It's just a big tell, really, isn't it?
And there's more things in life than music, lads. All right, I've been going to the gym for 15 years, like I said.
Is this guy a fucking Calvinist or something? No coffee, no music, no joy, no dancing. Fuck me.
There's more things in the world than the gym. People that are really obsessed with the gym are also kind of losers. Like, you have to.
Right, so he's a loser himself. So how he's gone from that, to somehow it's a virtue for him to go to the gym every day. Now, to me, that would suggest that he's obsessed with the fucking gym. Like, if I'm doing something every day, that isn't a necessity. Like, taking a shit or something like that. If I'm going to the gym every day, that's an obsession. I think most trainers will tell you, you don't need to go to the gym every day because you're not actually giving your body a chance to rest. So to me, that's an obsession. It's an addiction. Some people may class it as a positive addiction, but it's an addiction.
Sure.
And by his own words, he too now is a loser.
Yes.
Because he's just said people who are obsessed with the gym are losers. And I think in County's eyes, everybody's a fucking loser. Except for himself, although he's just admitted himself that he is indeed a loser.
Be good outside of it. Be good at business. A lot of bodybuilders are good at music, guys, and that's why they're successful. They have a lot of money. I want to be successful in all different aspects. I don't want to just be successful in certain aspects. Now, we're going to make a critique of the actual article itself. He says, if you spend any time on YouTube, you've probably noticed the same creators don't stick to topics that made them popular in the first place. A channel might start out reviewing music, reacting to songs, or talking about pop culture, and then slowly move into politics or current events. Right off the bat, the first sentence is wrong, or the second sentence. Okay, actually, I still react to music. I have 3 music reactions coming today. I actually react to music pretty much every day or every second day.
Nobody watches those videos, man. Just, you know, admit, yeah, it's nice for me, you know, like that's what I want to do. It's what I enjoy doing. But like, admit he has a point. It's not making the money, man.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and that's, I don't know why that's so hard. Again, and it goes back to that, isn't it? That if you are making money, therefore you must be a grifter. But that doesn't follow. Yes, people grift, but the whole nature of YouTube is that if people are interested in money, and I've yet to meet somebody who isn't interested in money, you know, maybe a couple of fucking hippies or hobos or whatever, they've decided, right, I'm just giving up on everything. I'll live as a free spirit and forget about money altogether. But everybody's interested in money in some way, shape, or form. And YouTube does drive people to focus on certain topics. Not in particular, but if somebody makes a video and it gains traction and it gets 100,000 views, then you'd have to be fucking blind not to go, oh, look, that video was very popular. Maybe I should create another video in the same vein and see how that one does, you know? And then there's problems with that, because once you go down that route, well, then you're not actually being authentic to yourself and you're just following a particular something that's very popular. But ultimately that can lead to burnout as well. So again, it would just be easier to go, yeah, well, he has a fair point. Maybe that doesn't apply to County Gains. Yes, he has an interest in music. He could also have an interest in politics. So, okay, well, I have an audience from the music viewership, but that's not either doing it for him intellectually, where he wants to talk about that too. And it hasn't been the easiest thing in Ireland to talk about politics unless you're already kind of aligned with the
status quo.
Thank you. Yeah, Jesus Christ. That's what happens when
that's why there's 2 of us here. Don't worry.
Yeah. So yeah, if you're not aligned with the status quo, then it's been very difficult to actually voice your opinion, because it could result in loss of a job and cancellations, being a pariah. And so that's fine. But all he needs to say is, yeah, you know, the guy has a point. It doesn't really apply to me because, you know, I have an interest in music, but that really wasn't doing it. If anything, that would have been the quote unquote grift, because people know that those videos are particularly popular and that money can be made from them if you get enough traction. But to get traction, from what I've seen, mostly you have to be either female or African American and pretend that you've never heard the most popular songs in the world, and then act terribly as if this is the first time you've ever heard it, and you have to overreact to, oh my God, who is this Elvis Presley fella?
Yeah,
I've never, or the Beatles, like, you know, for fuck's sake.
Oh fuck, come on.
Just there's not that many good artists putting out music. That's all. Music has kind of taken a nosedive the last year since like Trump got elected. Basically, politics has really been at the forefront of society. And I think that Ireland is in a absolute downward trajectory, and I want to help save this country. Okay? That's it. This guy obviously doesn't care about Ireland, doesn't care about anything. He wants to sleep with loads of girls. He wants to go and party.
Oh my God, here we go again with the, like, just making shit up about a person. Jeez.
He wants to sleep with loads of girls.
Like, you know what, Chris? You're doing to him what he is doing to you, right? Maybe he does care about Ireland. Maybe his way of caring is, you know, through culture. Maybe that's where he thinks we need to begin at first, by, you know, allowing life to be something more than working and paying taxes. You know, come listen to this music, or you know, I'll write this article to tell people, oh, you know, this band is pretty cool, you should check them out. You know, like, to get people to relax and socialize, connect with each other. But no, he must be some fucking dreg to you. Like, fuck's sake, man.
drink loads of alcohol and go to festivals and take ecstasy and be a complete degenerate loser. That's it, guys. You know, the guy looks 45. That's fine when you're 25, but the guy looks 40 celebrating a festival. Come on, dude. Come on. Let's grow up a little bit, guys. That's loser type of shit, guys. I mean, that's not
the point.
I guess
I don't get it. Where is this growing up thing going exactly? Other than the grave, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. Again, it's a particular worldview, isn't it? Where it's like, you know, money is success. That's the be all and end all. As long as you're have wealth, you're successful. Well, that's it. Your life is made. And it's not to say that, you know, money isn't important. Of course, it fucking is.
Yeah, and it's nice to have. It's great.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You can do lots of things. Like you can have a very good lifestyle. But to somehow equate it with that you're morally superior just because you have money.
Yeah.
And then what are you supposed to spend your money on when this guy gets it? Because as far as I can tell, like there's, other than the gym and a few tipples with his mates, he's not spending his money on any fucking thing at all, because he's not spending it on ecstasy or cocaine or going to festivals or dancing or women for that matter. Like he seems to have an issue with this guy apparently wants to sleep with lots of women and having a good time. So I don't really get it. Like you said, unless it's all projection, like these are the things that are either lacking in his life or he wants to do, but somehow can't. I'm not really sure. Like
I said, that's not really my forte, doing that stuff. I really never enjoyed that kind of shit. I like going out with my friends, having a couple drinks. I'm Irish, obviously. But to get out, blackout drunk and take drugs at a festival, it's just, you know, when you're over 25, that's some dumb shit, guys. In my view, music reaction videos are a great way to attract younger viewers because they're fun, easy to watch, and don't feel political. Once people subscribe and start trusting the creator, it's much easier to introduce them to other topics. Now, bear in mind, guys, I never really had anybody reaching out to me on any major platform like The Beat or anything like that, any of these music reactors or music platforms in Ireland, to say they like the content. Nobody ever did that, okay?
That's because they didn't like the content. It's that simple.
Like, it was fucking subpar, man.
Yeah. But this, he has a right to be upset here, like, so, you know, because this suggests that, like, County is some sort of ideological drug dealer,
there's
you know?
a sinister bent to it, which, you know, is just unfair, but, you know, he has to make his point, right?
Like, he's luring in the children with his music.
Yeah.
And once they're in his trap, he introduces them to Nazism, and then they're captured.
I was just a guy posting things and nobody ever really said they liked the videos or whatever. I got a lot of people telling me, Chris, we like your videos on politics, because I first started reacting to Bassem Youssef about the country in the Middle East, guys. So check my credentials, lads. All right. I started posting about politics way long ago, 3 years ago, talking about problems in the Middle East.
Way long ago, in a long distant time before.
I hate young people. A week is long to them. I blink and a week has passed.
2 whole years ago. Wow.
Please, supporting Irish narratives, okay? Not narratives that are against the Irish people, but supporting our narrative that's injustices against powers in the Middle East, let's say, okay?
What the fuck what?
I have to go back and see if we can translate that. I think he's got nervous around mentioning Israel.
Yeah, that's true. He fucked up. He wasn't supposed to talk about the Middle East.
Yeah, because he got demonetized, you know.
No, I mean, that's where, you know, he got his Mossad training, you know. The school he went to. Come on.
Injustices against powers in the Middle East, let's say, okay?
Injustice. What's an injustice?
But an injustices, you know. Injustices.
In the Middle East. I suppose he's nervous, you know. He's
yeah, I get it.
He's on the defensive. He's in the dock, you know, and he's
you know, he put himself there, you know.
Yeah, well, that's why the suit. I can only assume that's why he has a suit on, because it's a big day, and it's, when you go to Cork, you want to look well.
Yeah, it's like he just burst into circuit court. Judge, I wish to press charges against myself. Get out of the way. I'm going to the dock.
He says then, struggling content creator. Like, just like the headlines are just such a like bitchy little headlines. Okay, so the first one he says, the art of the grift. Not fair.
Yeah, he's going to tell us now how he's not struggling at all.
Struggling content creator. I'm not a struggling content creator. I'm successful on YouTube. Okay, if you haven't noticed, for the past 2 years, I've been making a substantial amount of money from donations, selling programs for fitness programs.
Okay, we need the receipts.
Yeah,
we need to see the accounts.
Yeah, your Stripe income. That's what we want to see.
Yeah, and I'd be careful about making those because you might get fucking revenue on your ass, like, you know, if you're telling us you're loaded. Like.
May or may not be declaring properly.
Yeah,
I'm successful now. Okay, it only took me 3 years on YouTube. And I quit a job and I went all in on things, okay? They don't like that, guys. They want you to be a loser. They want you to be a little short, fat loser and not have any money and just be part of the matrix and just beg to these people. Okay, no, we have our own platform. We now run media.
We don't.
No, very, very far from it, man. Jesus Christ. Like,
we run the platforms, not you losers.
We don't run anything. I don't know where to start with that.
But to see, the thing is that we need to remind the audience, this guy spends all day on the internet looking for the topics for the 3 videos he needs to make, and if for every day, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he seems to be getting all that content from Twitter. And people who spend that much time online begin to think that the world is just online.
Mm-hmm.
Like the online world is the real world. It's not. It's very far from it. Sometimes there's a little bit of bleed through, but no, man.
Yeah, and it's the perfect trap, isn't it? Like, where people can convince themselves that they're actually making a real difference by performing online, and nothing really changes online. It's just
no.
You just get yourself into a knot. I've never seen him kind of argue online, anything like that. It's just
okay.
Yeah, it's just as you said, really, that it's content farming.
Yeah,
and that's what got him into trouble initially, because a lot of people got upset with him because he was essentially taking their material, repackaging it, and putting it out there without crediting them, you know. And he did credit some people, but that's initially how we came to lock horns with him, that, you know, some people were upset because he was profiting, actually making money from their work. And that's, you know, there's a conversation to be had around that. Like, I think we had it, and I'm too tired to go into it now. So yeah, that's how he came to our attention. And I can't see how he's making a vast amount of money, like, really. Like, so he has his subscriptions and donations. I can't imagine that he's making enough money to quit his job, and that he's able to afford rent based on his YouTube income. Now, maybe
I mean, he's living with his parents. I'm not saying that this is a bad thing. I mean, this economy, but like, that does take a lot of financial load off when you're still living with your parents. Like, it's possible ad revenue alone might, pay for a few things, and then, people will kind of become members on your YouTube channel. But he's not making the big bucks because he doesn't stream. That's where the actual money is on YouTube.
And bare shells don't project the image of success, they just don't. Nor does kitchen.
These guys, they say they're independent, but they're probably funded by Irish media. Okay? He says, this is why I find the story of County Gains interesting. In the early days, the channel was mainly known for music reactions and reviews. A lot of the content focused on rap music, independent artists, and popular songs. It still does. I still react to a lot of actual YouTubers that are good rappers, and I love rap music, guys. I love music. I still react to a ton of political content, but also I love...
Did he just spit all over the camera? Sorry. I'm sure I saw a spittle flying at the camera there.
Oh God.
I love music. I still react to a ton of
God,
political
Jesus
content.
Christ! Ew, dude. Oh, that's rotten.
I still react to a ton of political content, but also I love my music as well. People watched because they enjoyed seeing genuine reactions and hearing the creators' thoughts on different tracks. At that stage, the channel felt more like entertainment than political commentary. And it's
Yeah, but he has a point, like, so, you know, so fucking what?
Yeah.
Like, what's a guy supposed to do? Stay in the same position all the time? Like, you start talking about music, therefore you must only talk about music.
Yeah, people naturally evolve, and it's unfair to just, project some evil intent on it.
Yeah, so by this journalist's own standard, he should just shut the fuck up and talk about music. How dare he venture into cultural critique?
It's odd because this guy or the beat never reached out to me. Nobody ever reached out to me. I had 100.
I know, right? It's like you're
Like he's some kind of public figure, like actual public figure. He's caught up in some kind of scandal. We contacted County Gains for comment, but like, fuck you, man.
Yeah, a little bit of ego there. So I'd imagine what happened, Chris, was that the guy was scrolling on YouTube, and one of your videos popped into his feed, and he goes, "Who the fuck is this guy?"
Yeah.
And because your politics, didn't align with his own, you go, hang on a fucking minute, like, what's this guy saying? Like, oh, this is the same shite I see repeated everywhere on X all the time. And then he had a look into your channel, much like we did, and it's we start doing music, and now he's, moved on to politics, and then the natural thing is to think, oh, this must be a grift, especially in the age we live in, because it's a culture war and everybody does it. Like everybody, oh, well, that person disagrees with my politics, therefore they must be grifting. That person must be grifting. Everyone's a fucking grifter, apparently.
Yeah.
And nobody's allowed to make money anywhere. That's the purity test for politics, apparently, which is
be broke.
Bizarre to me. Like, all right, politics is free from money, is it? Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Whatever, 10, 20,000 subscribers at that point. I still had a lot of subscribers. Okay, I was doing politics at the time. I think I started politics around like 80,000 or 60,000 subscribers. So yeah, it's just consistency. That's why I grew my channel. It's not that hard, guys, to grow a YouTube channel. Anybody can do it. Anybody can be successful. But most people in this world are super lazy losers. That's it, guys. They don't go to the gym.
Thanks, Chris.
They party too much.
Yeah.
Thanks.
This is aimed at us, like, because that's what he said to us the last time, was like that we were losers. We're not putting the work in. We're not doing the 3 videos a day, and only if we applied ourselves more, but then we would be successful.
I don't know.
But no, because we're being suppressed, man. By the left and the right.
We actually fucking are. Like we're fucking flagged before we even began.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm just doing it for effect. But this fucking guy, like,
they drink too much. They smoke too much weed. They smoke cigarettes constantly. Like, let's be honest, guys.
No, that's against me now. Yeah.
Wow. That's it. So if you want to be successful, people, just take it from. I'm sure he coaches as well. He's got to be some sort of life coach at this stage as well.
Right.
That's so. If you want to be successful in life, go to the gym.
Yeah.
Don't drink coffee.
Yeah.
Don't smoke. Or I don't know. Can you smoke, or you just can't smoke? You can't chain smoke. What else? Don't go to festivals.
Yeah.
If you go, you're fucked. Like, so, just apply yourself. Pull yourself up by the bootlaces, and everything will be grand.
Harsh with yourself. Are you going to be a loser your whole life, or are you going to be a winner? Let's all become winners, guys. We can all do it. If I can do it, guys, anyone can do it. Trust me on that. You just got to be determined and hardworking.
I hate this shit, by the way. No, not everyone can do it, man. All right? Most people aren't going to do what you do. And you're being very disingenuous. You're selling a boatload of shite so that people actually feel good about themselves, and they'll come back and watch more of your content or give you money. That's you're grifting right now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that's the grift. So because I feel deep down that he does genuinely care about the trajectory the country's on, Granted, given through his own view of things. But the grift comes in when he starts spouting this shit that, all you need to do is, take up one of his courses, join the gym. If you can't join the gym, well, then he has a program worked out for you in advance and buy the program.
The focus of the channel seemed to change. Music content became less central, while videos about politics, culture, and current events became more common. In my opinion, this wasn't unique to County Gains. Across YouTube and other social media platforms, right-wing themed content was becoming more popular and generating far more engagement than music reviews. As that trend grew, County Gains appeared to move in the same direction. Not true at all. I was actually doing politics like 2 or 3 years prior. I always had politics involved in my music and in my content.
Man, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and again, that's I can see how somebody would think that,
Yeah.
Like right-wing themed content, it is becoming more popular.
Yep.
Because it's not so much suppressed anymore, and people are rightly pissed the fuck off.
Yeah.
Because generally, when you suppress certain views, they don't just go away. They tend to become more radical. And then when you classify right wing as everything or anything that really disagrees with the status quo, well, then by extension, everybody is right wing. And the natural thing for people to do is just to become more extreme, even performatively. And then when they see someone else talk about it, well, then it gives them courage to talk about it too. Like, again, it's not like it's any different on the left wing that, there's this, diverse view on the left that somehow people who are on the quote unquote right are all singing from the same fucking hymn sheet. But he does have a point that if you look on Twitter, if you look on YouTube and Facebook, that it tends to be the same thing every fucking day. Like, it's the same 10 stories of, foreigner. We're doomed. This is the end, lads. We're done for. Nothing can be done. It's the end of the world again. We're all doomed. Get them out. And it's kind of rinse and repeat. But in the absence of any real conversation in traditional media, what else are people supposed to fucking do? Like, can you turn on a radio station, open up a newspaper, turn on the television and hear a real conversation about what's happening in Ireland? Maybe you can. I don't know. I don't watch fucking telly anymore, but anytime I do watch, it's usually the same 3 talking heads who are just spouting the same government line endlessly. And all we get to counter that is usually Ben Scanlon from Gript.
Yeah, at best. Yeah.
Yeah. The guy from Ain2, what's his fucking name? Pater Tobin. Sprinkling of independence, Malachy Steenson once every 6 months, and that's essentially it.
Donald, all these different rappers. Like, I started reacting to Tom McDonald the first month of doing YouTube, the first few months.
I don't know who that is.
So this guy obviously,
he's actually interesting. He's a white rapper that's right wing. And he's old now. Not. I mean, maybe he is, but his content, like his bit, where he raps about white people being kind of made to feel like shit and all this.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
Is just talking out his ass. Let's be honest, guys. These journalists that they call themselves are losers, guys. Complete nobodies. Citizen journalists, fear and disinformation. Again, the headlines are just insulting. Okay. Completely insulting. Citizen journalist, fear. I don't spread fear or disinformation. I talk about Irish politics.
You do. It might be justified. But it is a spreading of fear. And I don't like the term disinformation because everybody does it, because, there's very few people online or even in traditional media who actually have an unbiased view. What, journalism should be is just reporting on the facts as they are 9 times out of 10 if it's not an opinion piece.
Yeah.
But you can't pump out the same thing that, you go online and you see the same fucking story of somebody stabbing someone 8 million fucking times. Like, that's spreading fear because, people become fearful. You have half the country fucking terrified that the next time they go on the motorway, that there's going to be like a bunch of fucking degenerate knackers in a car, steaming up the motorway the wrong way is going to kill them, like, because recently that happened, and now everywhere you go, it's like that's the fucking the the new big thing for everybody. Like, did you hear about this? And did you hear about that? And so, yeah, it is spreading fear. And we all do it because people are frightened.
Yeah.
But the problem is, I think that it leads people to paralysis. And eventually people just stop listening because it's like, okay, I have these same fucking stories in my face every fucking day, all the fucking time. And it's just leading people to stasis because nobody's saying, okay, well, here's what we need to do. No, it's just rinse and repeat. Like, have you heard about this? Have you seen this? Which is exactly what happens on mainstream fucking media.
Yeah.
So if we continue in the same trajectory, like, it won't be long before we're reporting on funerals ourselves, you know. It's like, and car accidents, you know, like the biggest thing in Irish fucking media is anytime there's something to do with a car accident or a fatality, it's in the news cycle for 2 or 3 fucking weeks, you know. Like with these kids on the motorway who killed, you know, some other people.
Yeah,
it's like there's new laws being written about it, for Christ's sake. A new law about driving up the road the wrong fucking way now, like, and people are calling for the legal system to change now. So what we need to do now, we need to punish the parents. That's the big thing. Like, that's the big new hot take. What we need to do is we need to do away with personal culpability. Like, I mean, what could go fucking wrong with that, you know? And we need to punish the parents because that will solve the problem. And it's like, okay, well, you know, those people who committed that crime, look, how much more do you want them to be punished? Like, they're fucking dead, you know? Like, granted, they killed other people, but what good is punishing their parents going to do? How does that fix anything? Like, so, you know, anytime a child commits a crime, the parents are responsible. So what, we imprison the parents because the parents are the only people on the planet who have an influence on their children? Or do we just keep children in? Or maybe we just don't have children altogether because, you know, it's now going to be so fucking terrifying to have children that when you're not looking at them all the time, that they may go out and commit some crime and then you're, you know, held legally responsible for your children. Then the state takes your children. What do they do? Who do they give them to then? Like, well, I'm not fucking taking them. They're already damaged. And if they commit a crime as their foster parent, well, then I'm liable. But again, it's because fear works. And then when people are frightened, they're, you know, in a particular state of mind where they'll agree to anything. Like, we need a solution. We need a solution. Okay, let's introduce a new law and do away with one of the fucking pillars of the criminal justice system. That will solve it. Yeah, because, you know, we can't walk out the door now without cars flying up and down the wrong fucking side of the road.
Politics as well. And I talk about crime that Irish people commit as well. I talk about foreign crime, but I also talk about Irish criminals. Absolutely. There's massive crime that
he does every now and again, but like, just be fucking honest. Like, just tell it as it is.
Yeah, he's hedging, isn't he? Yeah.
And it's like, it's the same thing, you know. Yeah, well, you know, it's not that I don't like foreigners. I like the ones who come and work. It's just these crazy fuckers that I don't like. It's okay to say, look, I want my country just to be primarily made of Irish people, traditional Irish white people. I know that's hard for people to say, and most people probably don't even believe it. But that's essentially what's being advocated for, because I think at this stage, if the government turns and says, okay, well, we're going to basically just do away with everybody who commits a crime, and then we'll be fine. We wouldn't be fucking fine. Because, well, I can't speak for everybody, but every time I go out the door now, like, it's just there's more and more people who are visibly not Irish. Every fucking time, like, I go to Dublin, it's like it's hard to find white people. And that gets morphed into, oh, well, you're clearly racist because you only care about white people. No, it's a good fucking tell that if somebody isn't white, there's a high probability that they're not fucking Irish, you know? I don't know why. I don't know. Like, it's maybe I'm just pure fucking racist, you know, because there's always been black people or brown people in Ireland. It always has been. Like, going back to Q Cullen himself was fucking Nigerian. By the way, you know, it's an easy way to spot somebody who's not fucking Irish, you know?
Yeah, that's all it comes down to.
Yeah. That's it. It's just a visual clue that somebody isn't from here. And then when they open their fucking mouth and they start, you know, speaking in fucking riddles, and you have to concentrate really hard just to understand what they're saying. And then when you have them here for like half a fucking week and they're telling people who've lived here all their lives and have, you know, fucking hundreds, if not thousands of years of lineage of how, you know, oh, well, you should just accept these people, that Ireland has changed now and there's nothing you can do about it and you have to listen to them. It's like, the fuck off, like, fuck off. But it's going to be a brave man who does that. Because for all intents and purposes, it does look like you're nothing but
Yeah.
pure racist.
And you know what? When you actually do that, you know, you're allowing the enemy to make your move for you.
Yeah.
You're operating on their terms. So
Exactly. Yeah.
think
And
about it a little deeper, yeah.
Yeah, because you know the term has been redefined of what racism actually is. You know, it's like, so he has to hedge, like, I suppose. But he's going to go on to say that he's nothing but honest in the next minute or two, which he's not, and you can't be under these circumstances, you know.
No.
So I don't know. Maybe ultimately it needs to come down to that, where people just go to need. Look, I don't fucking care. Yes, I have a problem with, you know, infinite people coming here all the fucking time. It's reshaping the country. I'm not happy about it. I don't care if they're fucking white, brown, black, whatever it is. We're sick of it. But the problem is, it doesn't seem to be much we can do about it. And doing this, reposting video after video after video after video after video, what does it do now? Like, haven't we reached the limit of that? Like, it's like, well, everybody kind of knows now. It's not like it's hidden anymore. Another video about fucking a crime committed by a foreigner. It's like it becomes second nature, where people just shrug their shoulders. Yeah, well, what can you do? This is the new normal. So the guy has a point, but the guy is not coming from it independently. It's clear that the guy has his own political agenda, and I imagine if he scratched the surface, it's going to be, okay, well, he's one of those guys who, you know, is happy for those people to be here, has no problem with how many, if it's 2 million, 4 million, 5 million, if Irish people become a minority, if there's only 10 people left in Ireland, well, that's okay, because all Irishness means is to be here. And then by extension, you're Irish, you know.
Yeah.
That we have here, gangs, Irish people commit crime. Absolutely. Like, the people, it's really funny when I actually find, like, these left-wing people, they're like, Chris, you don't talk about, you don't talk about Irish crime. Lads.
That's every left-wing person I've ever spoken to. Like, it's a brilliant
yeah, on point, Chris. Yeah.
Impersonation. Like, this guy reminds me of a young fucking David Brent from The Office, like, every fucking time. That's
I love his faces.
Absolutely. Like, the people, it's really funny when I actually find, like, these left-wing people, they're like, Chris, you don't talk about, you don't talk about Irish crime. Lads, I've been talking about Irish crime since the beginning of the channel. Have you not been following the channel? Come on, be fair. Be fair. They're not fair, guys. This is crazy. One thing that stands out is how much attention right-wing content can generate. So he's calling me right-wing. I would be politically center-right, actually. I actually did a political
Okay, so you're right-wing then. Center-right is right.
Yeah.
Fuck me. And I got basically center-right. I wasn't far-right or anything like that. I don't know. These guys are, just presuming my politics because of what I talk about. I don't want third worlders coming here and beheading people. So now I'm far-right. I'm right-wing. Come on.
Yeah, you are. You just fucking told us that you are.
Yeah, that was a pretty far-right statement, if we're being honest,
Yeah. Third worlders.
Third worlders. Jesus Christ, man.
Come on, guys. Come on. The left can agree with that as well. That you don't want people coming here that are savages. If they come here, they have to help us.
Savages! Whoa, buddy! Wow, you're really not beating the accusations here, man.
No. Look at that stare like that. That's yeah. That's the look of a man who could happily execute anybody at all given the order.
To behave. Videos about politics often attract strong opinions, heated debates, and lots of comments. Critics on this trend argue that creators have a financial incentive to cover controversial topics because they tend to get more views and shares. Not true. Not true.
It is true.
It is absolutely true.
Yeah. Doesn't mean you have to do it.
He knows this because this is his business. If he didn't know it, he wouldn't be successful.
Yeah.
Fuck me. Liar. Stop lying. You don't need to lie. If you're on the winning side, you don't need to lie.
I literally cover all topics. I actually cover videos that get no views because I enjoy it, guys. I literally do what I enjoy because I'm authentic. I'm the most authentic guy you'll ever meet on YouTube. Let me tell you guys, right?
This is kind of proto-Trump, isn't it? It's like I'm the most authentic guy. There couldn't be a more authentic guy out there. Like I'm the role model for authentic.
No, I'm the most authentic. I will tell you, I will never.
He's fucking contradicting himself. Like, okay, you do videos that get no views. Which ones are those, Chris? Are those the ones where you're reacting to music? That'd be it, you know. And if you only did those videos, would your channel be growing? You know, it's no, go away.
Never lie on YouTube. I will tell you straight to your face how authentic I am. That's why people watch the channel. People wouldn't watch me if I was inauthentic.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, that's why they watch. Like
inauthentic person on fucking Irish social media, you know?
Yeah. It's hard to believe that somebody's authentic when they shill for what's the company? The Shave My Balls company.
Oh, Manscaped, yeah. and the fucking supplements and shit like that, yeah.
You see, you have like 90% of content creators in Ireland. You have all these guys, James Doyle, fitness content creator. You have Guinness Guru. All these guys are inauthentic. They're just lying, guys. They're not telling the truth. They never speak their mind. What they say.
Okay.
I don't know those guys.
I don't know, but I imagine those guys are probably more successful in that field than he is.
Yes, the thing that he initially wanted to do himself, because he started out not by music. He actually, very beginning of his channel is like him just lifting weights and like basically jerking off to himself. Yeah,
it's the whole fitness thing, and now he's making the argument because he has moved into expressing his political opinions, which are, you know, not very popular and heavily punished by certain media outlets. Therefore, he's authentic, and these other guys aren't. Because, you know, they're in YouTube for the money, and they know that by staying quiet about certain things will guarantee their money. So he does have a point.
Yes.
But, you know, if it was purely just about the fitness or the music, he would have just stopped there, you know.
Yeah.
But that's what I said, like, to be generous to him. I believe that when he's doing this political stuff, that he genuinely believes it, that if he never made a penny from it, he would still continue to do it. I don't think he'd be doing it 3 times a fucking day.
No.
To be honest, that is a deliberate ploy to make money. And that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
With their friends, okay, in the gym and hanging out with their friends on nights out is far different than what they'll say on camera. I say everything on camera because I don't give a shit, guys. And I'm honest. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm never going to lie, okay?
Yeah, that's a fucking big old claim there. Like,
you're lying your ass off. Okay.
How do we know that? Like, how can we prove that?
Yeah.
Looking at county gains, it's easy to see why some people believe the move into political commentary helped the channel grow faster than music reactions ever could. Actually, no, that's not true.
But he's missing, like, so the guy's being kind of, you know, he's not saying outright he has done this. He's saying it's easy to believe why some people believe the move into political commentary helped the channel grow faster than the music reactions ever could. Now, I believe the author of this believes that's the case, but he's being measured. Like, he's saying he can see why people would believe that.
Yeah.
Basically, my music reactions got me far more views, far more subscribers, but I just enjoy politics. I've enjoyed politics since I was 14 years old. I used to watch Jesse Ventura Conspiracy Theory with my family in Ireland, in Galway, on the couch with my brother.
Yeah. Well, I used to listen to fucking public access radio from Austin in like 2006. Man, fuck you. Yeah. I'm the OG conspiracy guy. That Jesse Ventura. He was on what was it? What fucking channel did they have him on?
Discovery Channel or something like that.
Yeah, Discovery Channel. I mean, that was when they started to fucking can conspiracy as a mass product to sell to people.
Yeah.
You are proud of being the consumer.
Yeah, I wouldn't be holding Jesse Ventura up there as the high-tier political discussion either. Like, it's just
14 years old, we would watch Jesse Ventura, who is a libertarian. Okay, so I don't know, this guy's just completely talking shite, guys. My criticism of Candy Games is not that the creator has political opinions. Everybody's entitled to their views. My concern, he doesn't say my criticism, he says my concern is that the channel now seems to follow a format that has become very common in online right-wing media.
Yeah, so fucking what? Like in County's favour, like, you know, so what? Yeah. Of course it's going to follow something that's fucking been proven to be successful.
Yeah.
That's the journalist issue, because it is successful, and, you know, right-wing media online is very popular, and clearly that's a problem for the author, because he doesn't want it to be popular at all.
So he wants the people who are interested in that content to just vanish into a puff of smoke. Really. Yeah, he wants to fall on.
Critics argue that many political creators focus heavily on stories that create anger, fear, and outrage because those emotions keep viewers engaged. Supporters would disagree with that criticism, but it's a debate that has become increasingly common across YouTube. The actual writing is fair. What he's saying here is fair, in my personal opinion. Like, but the headlines here, guys, fear and disinformation, a copycat, like calling me, it's like insulting grifter. Like, that's...
Oh, dude, get over it. Like, have you seen the titles of some of your fucking thumbnails, for Christ's sake? Like, come on.
Yeah. That's the whole fucking hypocrisy thing of I can talk shit, but nobody else can. If I may remind the audience, this guy threatened to kill us. And he's whining about someone writing some mean words, which, you know, it is a scummy article. Like, you know, it's fair and it's balanced, but then, you know, he makes a good point. It's peppered with citizen journalist spreading fear, US copycat. Yeah,
and it's you see, are we getting stick for criticizing County? Is it, or
who? What?
Are we getting stick in the chat for criticizing County? No, or are you just reminding people?
No, I'm just reminding people of this because I need to. Like, you can't forget. Like, if we come across as being a little unfair, you know, it should be put beside the fact that on two occasions, the guy repeatedly threatened us with violence.
Yeah, fair point.
It's just insult. He doesn't have to say that. He doesn't have to say that, guys. That's so insulting. But it's funny, he says here, critics argue that political stories that I focus on create anger, fear, and outrage. Well, let me tell you guys, whether I'm talking about third worlders coming here and beheading us on the street, or whether I'm talking about Irish gangs, you know, shooting each other or firebombing each other's houses and burning the house down and killing everybody inside the house, either of those stories is going to create fear, anger, and outrage. It's just that people in Ireland understand that we can't really control the gangs. That's the police's job, that's the government's job, but we can control the influx of people coming into this country.
Wait, hold on. We can't control either, man.
Yeah.
That's the point.
Yeah. And if he's, you know, 100% truthful, I'd like him to expand on that how. Because it's a fucking mystery to me. I know there's some things that people could imagine they could do, but it would be interesting to know what county or how the people are supposed to stop this problem. Surely if we can't stop gangs, well, then we've no chance of stopping mass immigration. I don't know how many people are here now. Some fucking 2 million people, is it, in the country, or 1 million people in the last 25 years? How the fuck are we going to solve that problem?
But, you know, I can't control whether people feel angry or happy or anything. It's a short article, though. The next one, the chameleon effect, US copycat. Calling me a copycat of people in America, okay? Like Irish people don't copy anybody. We have a guy in Galway. He has this brand. I think it's called like Elan or something. It's like acai bowls. One of my friends was telling me this guy in Galway, he went to the same secondary school and everything that I went to. And he's a nice guy. He's a great guy, actually. But he just went to America, saw that they sold acai bowls on Venice Beach in California. He came back to Ireland and he started doing acai bowls, and now he's rich. Now he's like very successful. So you can copy things and put your own spin on them. This is how you become successful at business. These people don't get it because they're losers, guys. He thinks that follow.
Yeah. Again, he's just making the guy's point for him. Like,
yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. And again, why this is a mystery for the journalists is a mystery in and of itself. Of course, people are going to fucking copy what's successful.
Yeah.
You know, so he's going to look at other right-wing outlets and say, oh, well, that's successful. Jesus Christ, maybe I should do something similar to that, you know? And I don't see like what's, you know, what he's copying really. He's just sitting in his room with, you know, talking points. I suppose, well, okay, well, who we go with? Nick Fuentes, I imagine that's what he's pointing at.
Oh, the suit. Maybe.
Maybe the suit and, you know, just commenting on... But County's not particularly outrageous, but at least I don't find it particularly outrageous, you know?
No.
Some things he says, like the, you know, third world savages and stuff like that, you know, perhaps. And fair play to him for fucking saying that. But what does this guy want him to do? Like, come up with something unique and original, then would it be okay? Or I'm not sure what he wants from this. But he's right to say that, you know, it does feel like a copy and paste. But the issues are the same. Like the issues are the same for people in the US, Australia, the United Kingdom, Germany, Ireland, you know.
Yeah.
And we've been given this as the frame now, probably for the next fucking 10 years in politics, where it's, you know, it's civilization itself that's at play. It's no longer about countries. Now it's about Western civilization, the destruction of Western civilization. That's what's at stake here.
Right.
And that's what we're fighting against, you know. So good fucking luck with that.
Before you carry on, important note. On this freeze frame, he looks like one of those blow-up dolls you buy from an adult site.
All right, okay.
You know.
Okay, whatever. Tell us about yourself, why don't you? He does actually.
Follow a blueprint of how to do YouTube videos, you're a copycat. It's loser shit, guys. You're getting inspiration from people. I have my own complete trend and turn on things, okay? Another thing that strikes me is how similar some of the content feels to right-wing commentary channels that became popular in the United States. The style often includes reacting to news stories, criticizing mainstream media, discussing cultural topics, and presenting events.
Yeah, that would be reactions. Like, it's, you know, what the fuck is this? This is
like the format of the fucking platform ever since it started to exist in 2005. Yeah.
People reacting to stuff, you know, that kind of stuff that happens when you talk to friends or anybody really. Have you seen this thing? What do you think about it?
Yeah, what a uniquely American concept.
Yeah, I know, right?
Through a strongly opinionated lens. Okay, presenting events through a strongly opinionated lens. Well, if he doesn't like it, start up your own left-wing YouTube channel. You can easily do that. Why isn't there a left-wing YouTube channel? Because the left are, I don't know, losers, guys. They're scared to start up a channel. In my view,
they have
appear to copy the formula.
They're just outside of your bubble, your algorithmic bubble, you know? Yeah.
That has already proven successful for a number of larger US right-wing creators online. Hilarious, okay? If I was copying people, then you'd know about it. Who am I copying? Name one American YouTuber that I'm copying. You can't, because I got my own change to it. I got my own spin to everything, okay? And let's see what he says. The grift, financial gain, or fake patriotism. Again, what's with the headlines? This guy's a loser, man. Call me grifter, call me fake patriotism. No.
Financial gain or fake patriotism. So like, it's both bad. Like, there's no good option there. Like, oh, you know, maybe he's actually an honest guy who, you know, has decided, that I believe in this and I'm going to make this, you know, a part of my life, which requires some income to justify it. What a dick this guy is.
Yeah, I know. So that's it. It's like, what does he want? We know what he wants, it for everybody to be silenced. Like, so just to have 4 viewers, make no money from it, have no reach at all, and just, you know, slowly wither and die.
Yeah, like us.
Yeah.
Of Ireland, we love Ireland. My family have lived here my whole life. My dad's from Galway. I love this country. I love going to beautiful places. I'm also a tour guide. I love bringing people.
Fuck it, I'm done. I can't take it anymore.
Yeah. And yet another fucking lie too. He went to school in the Middle East.
Oh yeah.
He didn't live here his whole life. That's bullshit. He wouldn't sound the way he sounds if he lived here all his life.
Okay. I think we're gonna get a cup of tea before we dive into
and
Candace, so to speak.
Nature calls for me, so I'll put on some music then.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. All right. We'll go back to Dublin Bay. Shit. Wait, what? What's going on here? Oh, I see. I see. Sorry, I'm a bit turned around here, folks. Catch you in a few minutes. Enjoy the crappy music. All right. We're back. That is a record time for you to make a cup of tea, man.
Yeah, I'm on a schedule because I know I have to be out of here by fucking 2 o'clock or.
Oh, I
2.
forgot about. Oh man.
Yeah, so
Oh,
all the children are back to school tomorrow morning. So
wow.
a morning of mayhem ahead of us.
Mm.
But it's good to get them back, like, because you get a bit of fucking peace in the mornings.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said one of our kids he doesn't want to go back to school. He absolutely fucking hates school with a passion. Like, so that's going to be an issue now for the next couple of weeks. Trying
Yeah.
to convince him. So I had to talk with him, try to reassure him. If that fails, I'll just grab him by the scruff of the neck and tell him I'll fucking kill him. He'll be extra bollocks in school. But no, and my daughter as well. Good news for my daughter. So she got the college place she wanted because the CAO results come out today. So she was very fucking upset last week because it finally dawned on her. She was waiting for the Friday to come because that was the day the results were due, and then she came in the Thursday night. And I knew just by looking at her, you could tell when somebody has a lot on their mind. Like, are you okay?
Yeah.
And she burst into tears.
Aww.
Yeah, it's like, what if I don't get it? What if I don't get the points I need? And all this. So I said, look, don't worry. Like, if you don't get the points, you're out of the house. It's as simple as that. You will not bring shame on this family. So I said, like, don't worry. Like, if you do, it's not the end of the fucking world. There's many routes in life. Said she was grand, but she got the offer today, so she's over the moon. So she's awaiting. I think the Canary Islands at the moment, so she come home, and then she's the whole fucking life ahead of her, and it's good, it's great. Like, so that's our first kid to go to college. We've got 5 more to go. I'd be dead before I fucking sleep. I shouldn't say that, but it's always been a worry because I had a lot of kids later in life, so I often worry like that. Have an old daddy, like when everyone else's daddy is 40, and then I come along at 70 fucking 2 on a Zimmer frame.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I know, right? We start the pessimism now. Right, so back to Candace and Andrew. Earthlink was saying something in the chat. What was it? Do you know that Andrew Wilson's 12-year-old kid was killed in a joyriding accident? I knew something about it. He's mentioned it a few times that his son was killed, but I didn't know that's how it happened.
Wow.
Yeah, that's rough.
That's rough, man. Yeah.
Yeah,
after hearing that, I'm inclined to be a little more sympathetic to him.
Fuck that. That will pass after 5 minutes, don't worry.
I know there's a lot to not like about this guy, speaking from my perspective alone,
All right. What is it you don't like about him in particular?
He just the kind of overall gestalt of his personality is just it's not doing it for me. He knows which side his bread is buttered on. I don't know how long he was debating OnlyFans girls, but he did that for quite a while, and that, I guess, kind of blunted his instrument, especially since, like, he did kind of upgrade when he started to discuss philosophy and religion, but then again, he was still debating dummies to a certain extent. And that's why that objectivist mopped the floor with him. I don't think he's as sharp as he comes across, and it's just a bit arrogant. I saw a clip there yesterday of him springing that one. How would you feel if you didn't eat this morning? On one of the OnlyFans girls, and she responded that, well, I have eaten this morning. And he was so dedicated to the natural progression of the answer of, like, well, I did eat this morning, or something like this. But she's actually telling him, oh no, wait, shit, I got that the wrong way around. She said that I didn't eat this morning, so I can't tell you, So he thought, well, she's going to say, I did eat this morning. And then he can come with, so, you can't think of a hypothetical. You're a dummy, right? So he repeated it, said, yeah, but like, what if you didn't eat this morning? Like, hello, is there anyone in there? Are you phoning this in at this point? That's my take on him anyway. You may have a different take, but I imagine that.
Yeah, and with the OnlyFans things, I've seen lots of people criticize him for having those debates with those OnlyFans girls. Normally people on the left, it's like that somehow he was like being mean to them or
right
or something like that.
Yeah, that's a bit silly to be.
But what's the name of that podcast? It's someone else's podcast, isn't it? It's
the one that he's on.
The one they talk about where they have a bunch of OnlyFans girls on, or
whatever podcast.
Yeah. Or whatever podcast. Sorry. Yeah, so I've seen a few of them. It's not a fair fight, but
but like it's a public service. I give him that. It's important that that's explored.
Yeah, and I think it has to be because there is this notion in society that this kind of lifestyle is fine. Like it's now a respected profession to be an online whore. Essentially, that's absolutely fine, and that's the world we live in. Essentially, isn't that? Well, people are free to do whatever they want because ultimately people are free to do whatever they want, and any sort of pushback against it, that you're the evil demon. Like, how dare you say that there's anything morally wrong with prostitution or abortion? And again, you don't hear it in Ireland. Like the only space I ever see it is online, and especially in an Irish space. I don't even think debates happen between people with opposing views, do they?
In Ireland, no.
It's unfucking heard of.
Not even in the pub. The thing about the whole OnlyFans thing is that it is actually criticized on the left and by feminists. Like, of course, they still agree. Look, you can do with your body whatever you want to do because that's the feminist thing. However, they say this will destroy your life, and don't get sucked in by, you see these people on social media saying, I earn $100,000 a month doing this, because that's not going to be you. Sorry. And unless you're, you look like you're 14, this isn't going to fucking happen for you. You're going to be the 99.9% of OnlyFans content creators that earn at most like $5 ever at all. Like, just one subscriber for 1 month. That's as much as it gets you. And then later on down the line, that will be a problem for you socially, professionally, and your confidence as well. So, these things are flagged outside of our circles,
Yeah. It's just, I don't really get the hatred for Andrew Wilson. Like it kind of, I can understand why people wouldn't like him, but I don't get the real kind of hatred for him. Like it's I don't understand it. Like
I don't go as far as hate. I just think he's silly.
Okay, we'll arrange a debate between the two. Okay. Right, so where did we leave off? So we left off, I think we were moving into the part where Andrew gets to question Candace around overwhelming evidence that Tyler is a patsy, and then to get into claims that she's made outside of this particular debate around Erica Kirk and all the supposed conspiracy theories. So I think I'll have a queued up where they've just come back from break and they get into it.
Pretty much.
So we're officially back. Andrew, before we go into the other issues you want to talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct, and I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no, but as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question
this is
you.
a meta conversation.
Right,
We're having
but
a meta
okay, so
debate.
now we're transcending. Like let's use a
I mean,
word
there's
to use a word
nothing
that you're
transcendent.
saying. But this is what you're doing, right? So
Okay.
this part to me feels like a
So
bit of
am I
a.
allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you
Yeah.
via email and with you in conversation
Mm-hmm.
that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna
If
ask
said
you
if you
some
want
questions.
to depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going
a
to ask questions.
legitimate
Can
part-
you answer it? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And
I
I'm
know.
going to
And
answer
if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with
because
it,
I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get
okay,
it.
Just
If-
so we're clear. 'Cause-
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
because
the
you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Just talk about
actually,
transcendentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy.
He's not though.
No.
We could see here that obviously there's been, back and forth.
Yeah.
Before this, because she's obviously watched his debates, seeing that the majority of them do tend to deal with, where things get dragged in, like transcendental arguments for God and, how to justify arguments and epistemology and all that kind of stuff. But that's not going to happen here. And I suppose she doesn't want it to turn into a cross-examination, which is fair, but she also can't have it where, essentially he doesn't get to ask a direct question either. So
Oh yeah. But you know what? I know what she was doing there, right? If you watch many trials at all, there's loads of them that are broadcast from the United States. It's fucking great. There's this thing that lawyers do when they're particularly when they're cross-examining a witness, right? They will ask a question, but in that question is just a statement, really. And they're not necessarily building context for that question. They're just trying to get information across to the jury.
Mhm.
And they don't care if the opposing counsel sits up and says objection and, they're sustained, right? The idea is to get this across to the jury. What Candace was getting across to us, her jury, was that this guy is now going to kind of ask me about these musings that I've had, and of course she's also made upfront accusations to discredit what was discussed prior. So that's what she's doing from my perspective, anyway.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And this thing that's kind of fits in with Clara as well, like this notion that somehow you're beyond being held accountable, or that people can't demand answers from you. I just find that bizarre, given that Candace has been demanding answers from Erica and everybody else. Like, it just seems to be, it's like this mystery, like how dare Andrew demand answers from her. And I get it on both ends, like, because ultimately you don't have to, you don't have to be held accountable. You can just tell people, go fuck yourself. But really, you've no right. Like, if you put yourself in public, like we do here, if we I don't know how many hours we've talked over the air and how much horseshit has come out of both ends, it would be incredibly unfair for us to say, well, how dare you fucking be held accountable for what you're saying, or someone come on and had a real issue, and then we say, well, no, we're just not going to engage in it. It's okay for us to pull apart people down to how they look and their teeth and spit coming out of their mouth, and then we get our knickers in a twist when someone dare call us up on our own shit, But I saw someone in the chat saying it's all a show. I suppose to some respect it is. How you'd ever get to prove that, I really don't know. There's definitely an element of that, but still, it's going to be interesting because we have Candace, who has made fucking wild claims. We have Andrew, who is supposedly the logician. And again, from the get-go, neither one is ever going to be able to justify their claims, be it Andrew about overwhelming evidence. There clearly isn't, and that could never be satisfied anyway, where there can be no doubt about it. And Candace to say there's overwhelming evidence, he's a patsy. Again, what that would look like, I don't fucking know. But anyway, I'm now talking horseshit, so we'll press play.
Easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they.
Did people say that for certainty? Isn't it like we can't say that for sure or for certain? Like,
that's another Candace thing.
Yeah, and what he's trying to do here, I remember this, like, because it transpired that Lance Twiggs' DNA wasn't there at all. Like,
oh,
yeah, and so I think this is the problem that Andrew and co have with Candace, is that she makes all these kind of substantiated claims and treats them as fact, and just never recants, like, until she actually has to. And that's why he wants to bring her in and question her here, just to see if she can simply say, okay, I was wrong on that. Now, why he would want to do that, personally, I can understand it, because when you see somebody making unsubstantiated claims all the time, you naturally want to go, well, hang on a fucking minute, what are you talking about? Much like we do with...
But would you pay $300,000 for it?
No, not per... I might pay $30 for it.
Yeah.
Like, say, someone like...
Dollars, not euro, though.
Yeah, dollars, not euro. No, let's not get too carried away. But we have to remember that there is a bigger picture here. Like, you know, Andrew wants to grow his audience. And there's a matter of worldview as well. So we can't completely discount that. I mean, we have to be very generous to Andrew's motives here. But Andrew is part of a bigger sphere. He's part of, you know, Christian nationalism in the States. So they want the States to be shaped in a particular way. And Candace is not, like, from what I can tell, just not some, you know, purely innocent person who has no agenda of her own here. She's now, you said, I think last time, if not the most popular podcaster in the United States, the second most popular podcaster. So she has the ear of millions and millions and millions of people. And that somehow she glides above suspicion. And I know I don't know what Candace, like, so anytime I hear her talk, like, she sounds particularly leftist, like, you know, she sounds like a Democrat. I know she's kind of distanced herself from that and always frames it as, like, say again?
How do you, like,
well, she's very kind of liberal in her outlook.
Okay.
Shit, what was I going to say?
Sorry.
You knocked something out of my head. Fuck it, it'll come back. We'll press play anyway.
Sorry.
It's okay. No, you're right. Like, you can't just let me prattle on either. Like, so.
Yeah.
They spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on.
So that would be no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no, as far as I know, for certain.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say that for certainty.
She has Andrew saying it now as well.
If your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm familiar with this debate strategy.
But I am just
yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still definitely debating. This is still.
No, it's not a debate.
This is
now this is you saying I want to probe things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already addressed this. You asked me. You're not going to go like you're sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
Let's talk about the conversation as we've agreed to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
positive evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's what I did.
Got it. I just want
Cool.
to make sure.
And so
I'm not trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported exactly
I'm not
as I
trying
received
to embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that I get the
Bullshit.
positions clear.
I have not.
Bullshit. He is trying to embarrass her. That's all he has left, right?
Yeah, he's trying to expose that she's, a lot of what she says is unsubstantiated and kind of changes all the time. So that's what he's doing. He's trying to embarrass her. There's no question about that.
Said, yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give me...
Yes, we can pull up the clip.
Can
I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like, when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved? Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I...
Yeah, I've heard her say that a few times. She can't believe it was Lance Twigg, or because it was a transgender, and therefore it must be someone else. Like, so.
Really? Is that what you're getting from that? Is that because?
Yeah, I watched it in another clip as well, like where she was making. No, it's not fair because I don't have the clip here, so we can't refer to it. But she was making an argument, saying that she finds it incredulous that Lance Tyler Robinson, a lone person, would somehow be able to pull this off. That he'd be able to somehow magically figure out how to scale the roof, having never been at the university at all.
Yeah, it's a bit of a stretch, yeah.
Yeah, and therefore that leads to, it must be somebody else. And I have heard her making arguments about the Israeli connection as well. And not in this sense, not that it might possibly be this, but she's making, hard claims that it was Israel. And I think that's what's kind of annoying for a lot of people when they look back over what she said. Now, granted, you could do that with anybody if you look back over what anybody said, but it's that she makes these kind of, solid claims, but there's never actually evidence that's presented for them. Like the one with the planes, like I think there was like something like 294 days where she was saying like, we're getting close to having, incontrovertible evidence that these Egyptian planes had something to do with the murder, but never actually got there,
Do I believe that he was, so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues.
Okay, how does that make sense? It's Chick-fil-A, like, is it it's owned by Mormons or something, is it?
Oh, yeah, you know what? Yeah, they were, there was something, was it about abortion? Something like that. Yeah, there was, or no, even gay marriage. I don't know, but they were in the news there a year and a half ago for taking a very political stance.
Okay.
Because you know.
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half pepper
But the question I'm
questions and
asking is
tell me-
about positive evidence.
I'm telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, I mean, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show in the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, you know, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, you know, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively
Either for certain or with certainty. Please pick one.
That a lot of us would like
Do
to
you
see
say there's no
pulled.
positive evidence?
Whatever you want to say, however positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well,
I mean,
positive
that's what
evidence
he's
would be-
saying. Fuck's sake, Candace.
A conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences which would
what
point
we've
you
said
to
is on our show is what we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So,
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is.
Fun.
If you're
Guys, come on, play the fuck video.
yes, you said that there's a video you want to play.
Fucking
That
professional I
can't-
here.
I know, right? He's bad as fucking us. Like.
This said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said there.
Go
This
ahead
is
and
why.
play it.
Yeah, but you see, this is the shit. Like so. Like so, I
Involved, killed him. I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
like, what's the big difference?
yeah. So we I think it's clear for anybody that she thinks that Erica was involved in the murder of Charlie Kirk, or at the very minimum that she knew about it, and she's complicit in the conspiracy or the cover up. So, you know, and I can understand how somebody would think that based on Erica Kirk's actions and how fucking hokey it all seemed, because I remember when we first heard about it and we looked at Erica Kirk's speech.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
day.
it was like so fucking hokey, and it seemed scripted and poorly acted. But again, we also said, well, you know, how the fuck are you supposed to react like what looks normal under those circumstances?
Sure, but not like that, you know.
But you see, you don't know, like we don't know, like, so, you know, so I don't know, like, say tomorrow, like I I don't want to wish anything bad on you, but someone you're close, very close to, passes away, and you have to get in front of the media,
right?
And you have to make a speech. I think no matter what you do, like, people are naturally going to question how you react to it, you know. So if you're very emotional,
yeah,
it's like, and then there's a pressure to be emotional, I would imagine, because you don't want to get up there and just be, you know, like a heartless cunt, and, you know, like, no tears, no emotion, just a straight matter of fact, well, you know, yeah, it's a tragedy. Anyway, it's time for points. I have to go, you know. So I just don't know how somebody is supposed to react given those circumstances, and I don't see any real evidence why Erica would want to have him killed, you know. So we don't know what's going on in the background. So then the conspiracy has to be kind of vast, where it's like, okay, well, we'd have to move to this. Well, Erica is essentially a show wife. She was chosen for him from the very start. Or like, at what point is she in on the plot to have Charlie killed? So, you know, it just seems massively complex, that in order to take Charlie out of the way, where Erica has to be involved, his team has to be involved, Israel has to be involved, the US administration has to be evolved somehow, or involved. Jesus Christ. You know, so it just seems like, so in order to justify that, there has to be some actual real evidence, rather than just, well, you know, it feels off, therefore all these things that feel off, if I put them together. So I just can't understand, like, you know, I can understand the suspicion that, okay, well, his wife could have had something to do with it, but then it just doesn't make sense. Well, why? Like, so how would she become, like, how would this conspiracy come about altogether? So when did Charlie Kirk start having, you know, second thoughts about Israel?
Shortly after October 7th.
Okay, and when did he die?
That, what, 2-3 years later, was it? I forget how long ago this whole
Yeah, me too. I don't know. So if we're going like he's having doubts after October 7th, well, then between then and his death, there has to be this plan. Somewhere along the line, there has to be this plan to have him assassinated.
Right.
And then at some stage, you know, Erica has to be brought into this plan. His security team has to be brought into this plan. And all these other people have to also be brought into the plan, you know. So there's this kind of large conspiracy to have him killed, which, you know, I suppose...
You're talking like a man who honestly believes that there's no such thing as large conspiracies. When
but I don't. No. I don't. Like, I know you could say that, and that's always the objection, is like, oh, well, now you're saying no conspiracies ever exist.
I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm just saying large, like, involved conspiracies.
Yeah, like, there are large involved conspiracies. Like, that's, you know, I'm not saying that there isn't. But I'm just saying, for this particular case, to get rid of Charlie Kirk, to have all those people involved, like his actual fucking wife, who he's had children with.
Right.
And then where we start getting into the, you know, the more bizarre claims, where people will say, well, they weren't really his children, you know, shit like that. And nobody said that, but I know it, but I'm sure there are people out there who are thinking that. But it's just like, if you were to look at it kind of logically, and what would be involved in this type of conspiracy, not that there aren't large conspiracies, but for someone like Charlie Kirk, for this large of a conspiracy to take place, to have his wife involved, and for his wife to agree with it, for people within the organization to agree with it, his security team to be part of it.
Well, why are you assuming, like, okay, let's start here, right? Well, how do you know what's involved? Neither of us know what's involved in that kind of operation. And then also, why are you assuming that everyone agrees? They could just be scared. You know, like a country that you have good relations with, and, you know, you're kind of like intertwined on so many levels with, pulls off a fucking op in your country, you know, the response you're going to give is, oh shit, it would look pretty fucking weak if this got out, so let's cover for this, you know? I don't think it's that complex, you know.
So what? Everybody. So Israel pulls off the assassination.
Sure.
Erica Kirk has no prior knowledge of it.
Well, I don't think so, but go on. Yeah.
Okay. The security team, do they have prior knowledge of it, or are they part of the conspiracy?
That is, like I said, how do we know what's involved in an
Well, we
operation
don't know,
like
but
that?
the problem
Well,
is
that's the
Candace,
thing.
yeah, but hang on, I haven't finished. Candace is making these claims. And so it's on Candace to prove it. Like, it's not on me to disprove it, So we're the burden of proof is always on the person making the claim, So all I'm trying to figure out is, okay, well, how? Like, it seems massively complex to pull this off, and then you have to take into account that this is his wife. He has children with his wife. For her to agree to this, you would either have to have real animosity towards him, have like almost not be human at all, that she would want him dead, that others within the organization would also want him dead. Then they're so beholden to Israel, and then it gets into the realm of, well, then Israel obviously has dirt on all these people. So they've all you get into the realm of satanic sacrifice and fucking
well, no, that's you pushing that boat out
there. No, I'm saying
I know that Candace goes to places like that too, but like, okay, you're hung up on Erica. So do you know that there's like 2 separate meat stories between Erica and Charlie? And the lesser known one, which is out of their own mouths, is that they met in Israel.
Okay.
There's something really dodgy about this woman, man. And her background is acting, there's no document that got leaked from Mossad to say this, but it's looking like she is a handler. Which is, you often find that you have men in politics who meet a nice woman and they live their lives with this woman, and they're just fucking a Mossad agent, They're there to care for this person, make sure that they don't go off the reservation, and it's looking like that for her. And
why?
Why? Well, I mean, oh God, there's a list. There's a list of goofy shit about this woman. First of all, why the secrecy about where they met?
I don't
why
know if
is
there
she
was
such
secrecy?
Well, that there's this one story that seems to be the real story about how they met, and then there's a second story that seems
who put forward the stories
themselves at different points in their time together.
Okay. Well, we need to. I need to verify that. So.
I think you would find that there's at least a question about this woman when you do look into it. Like, she's shifty. So then it doesn't surprise me that she gets up there like some kind of fucking alien and has this whole pageantry about, Charlie, and this chair. Come on, man.
Okay. No, you can't. But you can't jump from hokey, speech to Mossad agent who.
Oh yeah, no, not at all.
A handler, and because they met in Israel, therefore she's a Mossad agent who is tasked with getting Charlie to fall in love with her, have kids with her, and then just wait for the perfect moment to have him executed. And it's like, okay, cool, that's grand. Now on to the next mission. So I don't know, how long are they with each other? Like, how many years ago did they meet?
It's a good question. It would have to be when he was pretty young, actually, because they have 2 children, and they're maybe below the age of 10, both.
Yeah, so I don't know. Again, that just seems far too complicated and forward planning. It's like, okay, well, what we need to do now, anybody in America who could ever possibly be a threat to us, even though this guy at this stage is a Zionist, he's pro-Israel. And so what we do now is we have to assign a handler to every single person who could possibly turn on us at any moment.
No, you're still not aware of just how monumental an organization TPUSA is and was, and how much donor money is just being funneled through that, and how many boots on the ground they had.
And so therefore Israel has to assign
the
female handler.
guy at the top. The guy at
Jesus
the top
Christ.
needs someone to look after them. It's not like this is a new thing that humanity.
But it doesn't matter if it's a new thing. Like if it's happened
like a
before,
year ago.
great. But you have to have some sort of proof other than, well, this is what I think. Like, so, there's nothing to justify that. It's just like, it's just thoughts, oh, well, they met in Israel. There's two conflicting stories. Therefore,
okay, so the problem here is that I'm not Candace Owens, and I don't walk around in my head with all of these facts about Charlie Kirk and everything around him. And like a month ago, I kind of put all that shit into a zip file in my brain and stored it away in some dark attic where it might one day just come out in general conversation. That's how my brain works. I'm not. Maybe I should have done my research actually before this show, so I actually had things ready to go. Ha! I got you.
No, but I doubt there's evidence to point.
Oh no, there's no like I said, there's no leaked document from Mossad saying that Erica Kirk is on the payroll.
Yeah, so then essentially it's unfalsifiable because there's no way to prove that she's not a Mossad agent, because in order for me to prove that she's not a Mossad agent to you, I would, what would I need to do?
Nothing. That's the definition of unfalsifiable. Yeah.
Yeah. So I can't. Yeah. So therefore, it's on the person making the claim that she is a Mossad agent to come up with some real evidence other than the fact that, well, it's possible she could be. Well, it's possible you could be. That the Israelis are, so on their game that they recognize that there's something within you that eventually, you will break, where you're so popular that you're going to be so influential that they're going to get this woman, that you're going to somehow magically be introduced to her. You're going to fall in love with her. You're going to have children with her. But given the phone call, she's going to be complicit in your execution, So that's why I'm saying, like, that the logical leap for me is far too big, and there's no evidence really that.
If you're going by the assumption that Erica Kirk, you need to go and swoon this Charlie guy and then marry him and have two of his children so that eventually you can have watch him being murdered and then take over his organization. Yeah, then that's bizarre. That's out of the. So they met in 2018. By the way, I just looked that up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's the tamer version of how
it's clicking with me now. So basically, TPUSA posted a job position, and she came for the interview, and then they just kind of loved each other from instantly. And he said, yeah, that's my girl. That's the official, not official, but the most said version of how they met.
Okay, but what's the kind of the stronger claim that she is this handler? What she just they sent her in as a handler just to try and ingratiate yourself with Charlie.
Well, then you have someone in there if you need to nudge someone a certain way, or if they get out of control, then so sorry, I have to do this to you.
Okay, right. That's a wild fucking claim, and it suggests to me that Erica has to be some sort of mind controlled person.
I don't know, man. You look at her, she's got a fucking transformation of America written all over her, man. Come on.
No, come on, but you can't jump to the wild claim, because then we could do it with anybody, and everybody.
Hardly.
But you say hardly?
Come on, Erica Kirk. She's like Stepford Wives, fucking.
Why? Because she's blonde hair.
Straight out of the fucking movie. Oh my god.
So that's your evidence now, Stepford Wives, because there was a movie about a Stepford wife.
No, I'm using it as a descriptor. Fuck's sake.
Yeah, but you get the point. There's no strong evidence that Erica Kirk is.
There's no strong evidence. I agree.
Yeah. Okay. So we can move on. And let's be honest, like Candace is claiming that she is somehow strongly involved.
Yeah.
And there's fucking millions of people who are on the same, road that yes, Erica Kirk is either a Mossad agent or she's, complicit in the murder or the cover up of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
And the thing I wanted to go back to with Candace, like I always believed that like Candace and Charlie Kirk, based on, her account after he died, that they were as close could fucking be. But I found that they weren't. It's all like they're kind of, before he died, like 2 years before he died, their relationship essentially, ended. Like that they stayed in touch. They were kind of nice towards each other, but that Charlie distanced himself from Candace because they had a falling out about the direction in which Candace was traveling. Like so that was news to me. I thought like the way she was going on when he died, like she said she cried for like fucking, I don't know, months, solidly framed it as if they were best friends, soulmates. But I didn't know that they kind of had very little contact with each other for the 2 years preceding his death.
That's not true.
It is true.
Oh.
We have to do another show. So what we do, I think what we both need to do is we need to come up with our own prompt first, like so.
All right.
So I don't know if you want to have a prompt like that Erica is a Mossad agent or something. We'll come up with it between ourselves.
Yeah. We'll think about it. Yeah.
Yeah, and then will. Because no one else is going to fucking do it. Let's be honest. Or no one else gives a fuck. But we need to do it because there is gaps we're missing, and more so on my behalf because I haven't really been following it. I'm just I just find some of the claims incredible, like lack any sort of fucking evidence at all. But yeah, I think we should do that in the future. Like, so we'll give ourselves a month or something like that to gather information, and then we'll come back and revisit it.
Cool.
People think their involvement.
So if they have the clip, they can play the clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah.
Via who? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also
involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence, you think that
I think Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day. Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not the United States government.
But you don't have any positive evidence of that.
Okay.
Right?
Liz, can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what
that irritates me. Like, you can't just wave it away. When someone asks for actual fucking evidence, because all she has is somebody told me, like an undisclosed source.
Yeah.
Told me this, therefore it's true. It's like,
that's
it's not fucking good enough,
I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
A claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim,
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed
saying,
to think,
do you have
but you're making a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think.
I agree. You're allowed to think. Nobody's disputing.
That was funny.
Yeah, it's not in question. Okay, yeah, you've got tons of evidence. You're allowed to think, and that's the problem I have really. Is this kind of you're not allowed to question me. I'm allowed to think. Therefore, you can never ask me for proof of what brought me to those thoughts, or how you can bring me to your side.
He is questioning her, and she is answering. She just won't allow him to go down this thing of where there has to be absolute proof for every single data point that
But she's not giving him anything. That's the problem. Like he's asking for something other than somebody told me.
Right.
You know, and that's simply not good enough because anybody can fucking do that. Like he could turn around and say, well, somebody told me that person who told you gave you, you know, false information to send you on a wild rabbit hunt.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like, okay, well, where does that leave them now? Like it's none the wiser. It's two anonymous sources. And somehow we're supposed to believe that Candace is above all suspicion, that she wouldn't lie, she wouldn't bullshit, she wouldn't spoof. And unfortunately, there's, from what I've seen, like there's tons of clips of her essentially doing that, you know, which is fine if it's just the case that, you know, okay, well, she's just some random YouTuber who's, you know, just having these thoughts and putting them out into the ether. But she does have a responsibility, unfortunately, if you have the ear of a nation.
Yeah.
And people are going to act on this fucking information. And if we ever want to get by or get past just opinion and actually move into knowledge about things, well, then we have to have some sort of fucking evidence for them. Like,
yeah. You know what just occurred to me, right? I think the problem here for Wilson is that he's getting lost in the sauce. He has already proven his point. He just needs to say, well, okay, then, yeah, you don't have positive proof, and these are your opinions. Okay, so we agree that, you know, you're just saying this stuff because you think it. That's it. He's won, right?
Yeah, but he wants to stress the point, because if it's just the case of he says that and then they move on to the next thing, it's going to be the same thing again. Like, so he wants to hammer home the point. Everybody does, you know, and especially in this case, where this has been building for a couple of months, you know, from Andrew's side, kind of wanting to pin Candace down on her claims and get in front of the cameras and have this conversation. So he's going to hammer home the point because this is his strongest ground.
Yeah.
It's that for much of what she says, she's no actual evidence to back it up other than this is how I feel, you know?
Yep, true.
Whether or not Candace Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue then? What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's not just what you said. You said
I
that
did say
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
I think that if you had full
Can you have confidence
confidence
to think when you think?
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right? With full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
that's how you would know whether or not you had full confidence.
I'm just going to tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish.
Sure.
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right? And I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with evidence.
I actually don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you know you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm allowed to think that.
They're pertinent to this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this debate.
It's 100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
No, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things to my heart's content?
Feel free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me why are you allowed to think.
I'm not structuring how you're allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well.
This just pisses me off as well. Like this, just
right.
The obfuscation, just, you know, anything but answer the fucking question because she can't. Because she doesn't have any evidence. So she's going to talk around the houses and deflect and deflect and deflect.
And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice.
to
I just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies.
just want to know.
And to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't. It's
You
my
can say
podcast.
whatever you want.
Well,
Nobody's
I said
disputing that.
It
I'm
It
asking.
seems like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And
Yeah. I just want to say something as well. It may well turn out that she's right. Right? She may not be able to provide evidence for any of this, but that doesn't necessarily mean that she's wrong. So it may well come to pass that it's proven that Israel is responsible. But all that's trying to be reached here is for him to say, well, you know, please show me some evidence that they are responsible. And she doesn't have anything other than her intuition and things that seem off. But there's no positive evidence, but that would be particularly hard to get to. So again, back to the ultimate result of this debate may be that it's pointless because Candace doesn't think in those terms. She's never going to think in those terms. It's good enough for her to say, listen, this is how I feel. This is my intuition. And that's good enough for me. And next week it can be something else. And next week it can be something else and something else and something else. And she'll never get to the actual having evidence because it's just not within her. And then if it does come to pass that there is actual evidence that Israel did it, well, she can claim all along, well, I knew it based on her intuition. But Andrew, he's just never going to get her to come out and say, well, you know what, I don't actually have any concrete evidence that I can give you. This is all based on my intuition and pattern matching. But we already know it hasn't happened. And I don't think it's ever going to fucking happen anyway.
Yeah.
And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is that Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
it's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across...
It is. She does drip. Like, I've seen her drip because it's Tuesday next week, and every time it's new explosive evidence, new explosive evidence, new explosive evidence.
Yeah,
and it never ends. And again, I can't account for her motives.
Yeah,
but it's obviously captivating for people to come back week after week to hear the next big thing.
Yeah, the effect is, the most important thing here. Yeah.
Any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who is high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
so there's good reason to doubt this. So it's not a
conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that?
That doesn't really follow either. I think she's right that if you make, a false claim, well, then it can have repercussions. But I can't see how if you go and say, well, an anonymous source told me my life is in danger, therefore I'm reporting it to you. However, I can't give you the name of the anonymous source. So then again, it could never be proven that the anonymous source was not there. So it can't be proven that she's made a false accusation.
Well, I mean, who's this that's being reported to in your reasoning here?
Well, she's reporting. She says she's reported this to
the authorities,
the FBI and Trump's department. And she's saying, therefore, because I reported it, that she's running the risk of somehow being done for false reporting. But then the only way that could happen is like if the FBI question her and then they're going to ask her who her source is so they can verify it, but she's not going to give them the source. Therefore, they can't verify it. So she's not going to be charged with anything. And there's questions around how she did that as well, like that she didn't go through the right channels or something like that. But even if you do report it to the authorities, it still doesn't make it true. Like, she could have been given false information. The source may not exist. She may be lying about going to the departments. I don't know.
Yeah, there's many things.
Yeah, and I have to put myself in her position. If it is true, and somebody reached out to me and said, "Hey, listen, someone from a foreign government said, listen, your life's in danger," I wouldn't just blow it fucking off. Like, I'd be like, what? Well, hang on a minute, what? I have to go into hiding, like, and you would report it, but I intuitively I don't trust her. It's just the impression I get from her. Like, I don't trust anything she says.
Well, if memory serves, actually, she did disappear though for like 2 weeks or something like that.
Okay, she may have been in hiding. I just get an off feeling from her. Again, it's just a feeling. It doesn't mean anything.
Well, I mean, the intuition when it comes to like human behavior, how to come across is important,
I can ask you, well, that's not what I'm probing specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say it, if I'm
not
allowed
trying to
to
regulate
say
anything. I'm asking
you're
very pertinent
You're sounding
questions.
a bit like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
you sound very
can't
defensive
say,
and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3 times. I just didn't say it in the way that you wanted me to say it.
You just kind of obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to actually focus
on
it.
She's just not getting what he's getting at. That's all that's going on here. She's not trying to weasel her way around it. She just doesn't get what he's doing right now.
She's trying to weasel her way around it.
No, I think that she just doesn't understand.
What he means by positive,
But like what he's trying to get at to tell me about the thought process that linked this to this, because that's interesting. That's what people want to hear. I think she's just like, well, I am an authority, and I have this, history behind me of these things that I was right on. So I should be able to form an opinion and then voice that opinion and be trusted by the people I'm talking to.
Yeah. Well, you
has a certain logic to it, but she's stuck in that. So she can't hear what he's trying to get to.
Well, I don't know what he would need to say to get her to.
Well, I don't think there is anything
comprehend.
At this point, yeah, that's the point.
So I think it seems fairly simple. Like, what is your evidence for that? What other evidence do you have? And that would suggest then that she's dopey. But she doesn't strike me as dopey at all. She strikes me as, clever.
I don't think it's an intelligence thing. I think it's a confidence thing. And when you put the confidence in the wrong place, then, you're just kind of cocksure about what you're about and you can't hear anything else.
Maybe.
Yeah.
You guys have prepared, because I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure. They can pull up whatever clips
whatever
they want.
It is that you guys have prepared. So
but I would still, on this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think
you have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand it for you.
Did that same higher up tell you that he was going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No. Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to Tulsi or Trump.
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office. Are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from somebody?
And I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct office too. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I said.
So the call was, hey,
Emailed.
I've been told the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that
I mean, it was a lot of information, but
Well,
like
you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email because I figured they would like.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100,
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so if that's the case, now they may respond back and say we did. You know, that's their position.
I did. That's why I did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because so if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you,
Trump's office, his like Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk, so he has that. There's no.
and if you do say that and
Mm-hmm.
they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
Mm-hmm.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources are?
Yes,
Okay. I mean, that's.
it seems reasonable, and so why he's asking me to defend that is like
I'm not. Never
I
did.
think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different.
Sorry, did you say something?
No. I'm just laughing.
Claims.
Why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source that she's
probably
willing
didn't think
to
it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we
and
don't-
had a relationship with
Wait,
Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then,
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could they
come
if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information, because it
And
was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate, this has
Did
got
you send
nothing
them
to do
the
with the
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on
Well, I sent the email assuming that's you kept saying like you go and you make a report. You think they're going to come back to you and say, hey, what's more information? We're investigating this, and that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at
claim?
a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you-
So I actually it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question and then
executive
I'm gonna come to
office,
you.
Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following.
Mm-hmm.
If they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel. It was
Okay,
they were
got it.
saying the French foreign that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised that.
Hang on. What is it that she emailed that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground, or that the French Foreign Legion
I'm
were killing
confused
her?
too. But like that, the first claim was that she contacted them about a death threat
Yeah.
about
And
herself.
now it's about the French Foreign Legion being on the ground. Yeah, I'm confused too. I'm not sure what the fuck is.
Yeah,
If it's one or the other or both or.
I don't think. I think the only person in that room that's interested in the audience understanding anything is Patrick Bet-David, which is astonishing because it's Patrick Bet-David, you know.
Yeah. So yeah, because I'm confused, like, because it would make sense that if you've reported that your life is in danger, that yes, they should look into it, and if they didn't look into it, well, then it looks suspicious. And then if you have evidence that the French Foreign Legion might have something to do with the assassination, well, then obviously, yeah, you should look into it as well. But if it's just merely a claim of the French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day, it's like, what does that even fucking mean? So I don't know. I'm confused about it. Like I don't know. Yeah. Again, you'd need access to the email and all that kind of shit. Yeah. I think we'll move on.
I haven't called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never made a report with the federal government.
Let me ask one question. Let me just ask one question.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just ask one question, and I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what.
Yeah, I just think this would have been better if Patrick Bet-David just interviewed Candace.
Yeah, I mean, Maybe someone else would have been better, but yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, anybody really. I think it's the kind of he's missed the beat here. Like, so he seems to be getting the information out of Candace much easier, which is obvious because Andrew is, being adversarial towards her, even if not very. But yeah. So after an hour and almost 2 hours, Patrick Bet David earns his strike.
I'm impressed. Yeah.
What I publicly have said here, I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police, sheriff's offices, that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were, my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
You're not allowed to have sources.
Well,
like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have sources?
Well, hang on. I have sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Do you know what the lateral crawl has to do with anything? Or?
No, I'm not that up to date with Candace, but I'm aware of all the other claims that she just made there, where, yeah, she did actually bring out a lot of information that would then transpire to be true.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that, talking to PVD,
how would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you, all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize any of that?
Well, what I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it, so let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying, is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
Good question.
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just saying what I think and collecting evidence.
Aren't most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like, what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
that's why I said Andrew Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about. I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colbert. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
But aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
People love to
know,
do that.
The thing is funny is
people
like,
act like I'm
I
ground
think their
zero.
PR,
Does she talk about herself in the third person? You can blame it on Candace.
I'll be fair with
How
you.
ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some
kind of the
PR there.
last.
I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast. I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
so
what does
using
that
a hypothetical,
mean?
That's a yes.
Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
They ruled them out as suspects.
That quickly, I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's $100 million.
One thing I will
incentive.
say
People-
on
this is-
Candace's defense, if you're familiar with true crime, there is the phenomenon of police investigators get tunnel vision on a suspect, and they just freight train all the way to trial. Not always, but to a scary frequency, they do that.
Yeah.
So
it can only be that because, like, as you see, I think like Candace is obviously she wants a longer investigation, a wider scope of investigation, but that's just not fucking possible. Like it's like how much time would need it to be dedicated to meet her standards, And it's like you said, like cops have a job to do. They're just other fucking people, like.
Yeah,
mostly average people. So they want to get the case closed. And we know that cops, if they have one suspect, they'll just focus on that suspect, like you said. Like, so this is the best guy we have. We're not going to have this wide scoping investigation. Well, let's examine every lead we ever get. Like anytime Candace sends in a new lead, we have to go and fucking examine it and test it out. It would be never ending, like.
Well, to be fair, right?
So it hang on for 1 second. Yep. Sorry, I just need to grab papers. I'm fucking.
Not
I'm
all.
getting, I'm getting tappy foot.
Yeah, you're getting Wilson foot. Yeah, no, that has to be done. Guys, hearing a lot that, why are you interested in this? Like I said to Dennis in the chat, this is for the meta of it. How we come to the, how do we come to conclusions as people? I think this is an interesting showcase of this process, and I'd like to thank Morgan. He's the guy who said, "Let's talk about this," and it is actually interesting. Will it get tons of views? No, but those who are interested in seeing, and there's also a really cool dialectic, let's say, between me and Morgan over the past 2 shows now. So what I was going to say, Morgan, is that you don't need an infinitely wide scope of investigation. However, it could be better, and it could actually include the people closest to Charlie, because generally, if it's not just a lone left-wing nutcase who decides to go for it one day, then it's probably some kind of conspiracy, and that conspiracy necessarily has to involve someone close to the target for a multitude of very practical reasons. That this is how people get killed, is people close to that person leaks information, or that person is observed, but it's possible. That's the thing. You have to look into people a little bit, maybe. Like Candace said, don't just hand over a backpack that was on the scene just because it belongs to someone that was close to, the guy that got murdered.
Yeah, I understand that, but it was like, so when was the backpack handed back? Was it handed back immediately, or?
Yeah, that's a good question, but
Yeah, so
it's
I don't know
more of
what-
a thing of like that needs to be held in evidence until the trial is
Yeah,
completed.
because that's where I'm at a disadvantage, because I don't know the procedure around evidence. Like if they need to hang on to
Right.
everything, like if they need to hang on to the backpack for a certain amount of time.
Generally, yeah.
Yeah, I know it would, like if it's handed back the next day, well then it's like, well, what the fuck you doing?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I'd imagine like that Erica was interviewed, like or the police spoke to her. I can imagine, given Charlie Kirk's profile, I wouldn't imagine that the immediate thought of the detectives is, well, clearly we need to investigate if Erica is involved. If you're you get the news of this assassination and then you have the meeting, it's like, okay, well, who could the possible suspects be? And then they go through the procedures. That's our conversation for further down the line when we actually.
Yeah, that's our debate. But what I will do is do Candace a favor here. Like for instance, there was a guy who got stood up on the chair that Charlie was sat on, and then took the micro SD out of the camera that was behind him.
Yeah, they're my biggest questions. So there's that. There's the paving over of the area. That's what I'm aware of. Like, so, and again, like I'm not saying that there isn't a conspiracy. I'm not saying that Israel isn't somehow involved, or that TV USA aren't somehow involved. I just want to get to a point where we could just move beyond. Yeah, we just move beyond. Well, I think this, or therefore there was a conspiracy in the past, therefore this must be a conspiracy. That's really it.
I get it. Yeah. It took me a while to get it, but I get it.
What was the chat? Are people bored in the chat? Are they?
Well, like it's the half of our engaging audience, and half of that half is Dennis Carr. Are just kind of like, well, who gives a fuck? Why are we looking at this? Because like this is all just kind of pantomime, to paraphrase our chatters. And I was just saying, look, this is how we get to the root of like, how do people make conclusions about things? How do people formulate these conspiracy theories, etc.? And this just happens to be a good showcase of that, right?
Yeah. So other people might find it dull or uninteresting. I find it interesting. I don't know how you couldn't find it interesting. Maybe I'm not just doing a very good job of presenting it. But yeah, so I'd like to, get us the question, like, well, how do we arrive at our fucking conclusions? Like, is it simply a matter of opinion that's good enough for people? Like, where does that lead us if, two of us just have differing opinions, and then we just go, okay, well, we can never come together and discuss anything because my opinion has equal weight to your opinion, therefore it's a draw and we can never come to any sort of conclusion.
Well, if two people are honest with each other, First of all, that they don't have the power of the state to investigate a matter. And one of them says, well, I noticed this thing happening, or I got this source that said this. And then further down the line, that statement turns out to be true, that something arises that's just incontrovertible, that this source or this pattern matching turned out to be true, then I think the other person, being an honest actor, needs to kind of give a little bit of deference to that person's intelligence or
Absolutely.
connections. Yeah.
Absolutely. So that's it. If Candace proves to be correct, well, then she would indeed, it would be expected that Andrew would apologize.
Not necessarily apologize.
No, I would, because it's not just the case of Andrew having questions about Candace or other people having questions about Candace. She's been openly ridiculed, as a fucking wackadoo lunatic, who has no worth at all. Like that, she's merely a wine mom, that anybody who listens to her by definition is retarded. That may be the case. I don't know, but we can't completely discount intuition.
Yeah.
But we can't just have it as fact. But then we got to get into the motives of the people in front of us as well. Then we can't know their motives.
Yeah.
So, we can't just say, oh, well, this Candace is as pure as the fucking a snow. And her only concern here is to get the truth about her beloved dear friend, Charlie Kirk, who had issues with her and her thinking and the trajectory she was going on, because I think at that stage she was, getting deep into kind of anti-Israel stuff. And that was, Charlie wasn't on that trajectory. Andrew isn't purely about let's just get to the truth of the matter, because it's been shown several times already where he's not really interested in the truth either. He's just interested in knocking her case down, and she's interested in knocking his case down. And that's where most of us stand, really, when we get into a debate. We've no interest really in what the truth of the matter is. It's just, let me dismantle your claim and you dismantle my claim, and then based on who does the better job, well, that's the winner. That doesn't mean either fucking claim that the people are making is true or false. It just means somebody's done a better job of demolishing the other person's position. But I think both of them have actual valid points to make. Like,
I think so.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know what we need to do, like, to make a show interesting for people. Let us know in the comments what we should do. Sorry, I'm just being bitchy.
What $100 million incentive?
What I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100 million.
Plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to factor
Yeah,
in,
but
that's
what was
fine.
Your team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
There's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Could also just ask.
And so right now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it? That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
Good
I
point.
didn't say implicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to come in and
tell
debate.
me,
So
what
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you one? Do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, I actually, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down.
She's being a bit female. Or just avoiding the question.
I mean, I just think that, you know, she's got like so many things going on in her head and she can't like just fucking commit to one line of fucking thought.
I don't know. She's definitely avoiding the question. What's she complicit in? But even beyond that, like it's ultimately, I think if we do hold people to Andrew's standard about only making justifiable claims, we're not going to say much to each other, are we? If anything at all, really. Like, what can anybody say with real justification? You know, because ultimately we end up at, you know, an infinite regress on almost fucking everything, if not everything. So it might just be easier for people to just let Candace pass, like, and for everybody to just let each other pass, but we don't, like, so it might be easier for us to say, well, why do we give a flying fuck about Clara and what she says? Why do we care about County Gains and what he says? Like, so if we're going to hold people to this higher standard of, okay, well, Candace can only make claims that she can justify, and Andrew can only make claims that he can justify. It's essentially the end of both of their careers. Because they wouldn't have any fucking content, because it would take you the best part of probably 2 to 3 months to parse through everything to see what's actually justifiable, and then come onto a show and present only what's justifiable. It ends after 5 fucking minutes. So I don't know. Maybe the interesting thing is that these people actually get to talk together. So rather than talking about each other, the more interesting thing is actually talking to each other. I mean, we might actually fucking learn something or come to a reasonable position. So in future, we ask County Gains. I know we said no already, but we ask County Gains to come on, and we talk to them and express what we actually think of them. We ask Clara on. And Clara asks all the people she shits on to come on. Again, I can't see it happening.
No, Elon Musk isn't going on our stream. That would be funny, though. I'd watch that.
Yeah, that would be fucking hilarious. So maybe that's what's of worth from this interaction, is that we actually get to see two people talk to each other. I don't think there's any real conclusion at the end of it, like that anybody's any the better for it. But maybe, I don't know.
With her, and I was expecting for her to say, well, you know, I'm obviously the victim on the case, and we got to see the shot, you know, taken, or this or that, whatever it is. Great. You know, that's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay, so this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
In what?
Oh, Jesus, Candace!
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being
Your
is that
sentence
then you
never
take a look at
fucking
this and
ends.
you go, okay, well, this is weird.
Problem, like, fuck me. Oh.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you said my sentence. Like, so that was like a run-on sentence. That wasn't like a paragraph or half a page.
Yeah.
You know, she could have said, finish my thought, but no, she was honest and she said my sentence, which, like you said, it never fucking ends.
Yeah. Fuck.
Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer, and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, Well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically, the state says that they're going to bring this forward, and now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public, and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut
How
case.
is she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
Like,
it,
don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right, but so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk?
No, that's not what she said.
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit.
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time. You probably don't want to watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that there's overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond to it.
There's no doctored anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
that what you're actually saying is that Erica is just complicit in believing it.
When I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, you go, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that,
I'm sure. In the meeting with her?
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with.
Like she's saying after the fact. What are you talking? You just say you're not going to tell the lies that she told you.
I don't know.
It's simple as that. She's being a weasel or just being a dummy. Ugh.
Everything, and I don't know who to trust the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like, it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie. Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was, engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. Mm-hmm. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious, I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
It transformed when she lied.
you can take the lead? I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
If you want to
I
go
don't-
for it.
I
No,
actually
no,
don't
please, Patrick, please. You're doing a good job for once. Jesus.
understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah, so when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too
Fuck,
retarded
answer
to
the
kill her
fucking
husband,
question.
would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So, and
You
what?
just
And by
asked
the way,
me.
and
Like,
what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
Well, let's go to Candace. She's completely bypassed the question again, and now has Andrew on the back foot answering questions.
Yeah.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No,
Is
come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me.
No, it's
Oh,
not.
you're being tongue in
That
cheek.
was an honest fucking opinion that he shared about Erica Kirk.
Yeah, he's not shying in his views on women that they're retarded, you know.
Yeah.
But again, what he believes privately is
Well, no, it's not privately. I mean, he made it public. That he,
Yeah,
Erica
I mean, I
Kirk
know,
was
like, but
pretty
you
retarded.
know,
Well, okay.
I listen. I'm kind of I'm projecting here onto Andrew.
Oh, okay. He's your avatar. Okay.
Yeah, but very few people actually say, but like I shit on women a lot, like, but you know, privately, you know, it's different. I still espouse the same thoughts, but you know, I don't actually hate women, and I'm sure Andrew doesn't actually hate women. But there is a lot of truth in the statement that women in general are indeed retarded.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek, yeah. Like, for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. Are you're just like, well, that's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm not her biggest defender.
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about
Still
the
do.
feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
Still think it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point
Well,
USA.
I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down, and then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay, and then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay.
I
Is that
don't
when you
know,
gave her
maybe-
the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay,
to
so
her.
at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
Oh,
that
I
you-
just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know
They
where
just don't have the courage to have the conversation.
Like, I don't
if they
see
were
this-
just releasing something in
Let
good
me ask
faith
you a
to answer
question.
questions.
Do you have any
I've never
evidence of that
demanded it's not evidence that
No.
you're sharing your opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going
Well,
to
I never
register
met the
as
chick.
really obvious to the public that rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the public's not smart enough to
do
see
you
through
think,
that?
Do you think that if you
talking
know
about terrible PR,
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, "I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for," and Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I definitely like take a look.
What is the?
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, "Hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this," they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going,
Well,
Candace,
first
I
of
want to
all,
interrogate you for
have
an
you ever
hour and a half
been-
about
hang
everything
on,
you've
hang
ever
on. Have
said
you
about.
She does have a point. Like it's only natural to be suspicious of Andrew because he's working for TPUSA, but it's unreasonable to say that now he's part of the, or unfair that now he's part of the conspiracy himself, or he's TPUSA's.
Yeah, well,
force,
I mean that's a bit of a stretch, and I will say that it's a bit of a stretch rather than a stretch because just the last Jimmy Dore show, they dug up a clip of basically fucking Andrew Wilson sounding like Candace Owens when it comes to the who shot Charlie Kirk question. He was like very adamant, like the gun, where was it? It was in the forest. Like, you know, as in you have to be stupid to think that this is what they're telling us. I wish I had it. I guess I'll, bring it to, our show in the future. But like there is a fucking about face about this whole thing,
Been
Erica.
critical of somebody that you hadn't met, and then you meet them, and you're less critical of them.
And the inverse has happened too. I was
You're right,
less critical
exactly.
about Erica, and now I'm more
But
critical about her.
But I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of, and then you've met them, and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about well, yeah.
I debate against
against feminists
and red pillars.
Okay.
And a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist.
And then you go on to Joe Rogan, and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
I'm actually no.
You're in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this. You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense why she would take the organization over.
No, it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah, because they don't have a parent. They don't have a parent, and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office.
You
want
to protect your husband's legacy, right?
No.
And you're trying to find some new normal.
The legacy is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA. That is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life for it.
I think this is why people think she's sus.
And his children. Now, for you though, to say that anybody.
Yeah, you were saying? Point there. Sorry, I just said good point. That like a man's children isn't just flesh and blood children. However, I'm going to lean towards, actually the flesh and blood children are kind of a little bit more important because, they're alive, But yeah, I was just said good point.
But he's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
No.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're. By the way,
she's not qualified
always
to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization. Sure. And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms. Yeah. But I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so let's
you didn't answer it in the first fucking
Yeah, she didn't. She didn't.
Team
got
is
an answer
asking
to how it's complicit?
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a patent explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables.
What?
They
panicked.
This is the taking things out of context. Like, literally, there's a lot of... You know how much Candace talks, right?
Mm.
So if you're going to take a little slice of something she said, you're going to be missing a lot of context.
That was that's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like, you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
but
I didn't prepare the clips, but
yeah, I think
I didn't. But it's fine to ask it to back it up.
Like I said, the internet. I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode on my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered road microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it, that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're
No, I'm
like,
just making
"What's
sure.
this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you
I'm
know
just
what it
trying
is.
to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it
good.
should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too.
Mm-hmm.
What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times, and the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right?
Actually,
You
1 second there, Morgan.
saw.
I need to clear this up for myself because I did see footage and like I didn't see people looking away. I think Wilson just fabricated that because it's, you know, what you would expect.
Yeah. Again, I can't say one way or the other.
Yeah. And I can't say for sure because it's been like, what, 9 months now since I've seen that footage. So,
yeah. So, again, if we were going to actually scrutinize every claim that the both of them are saying, like, we're here for fucking months, we have to drag up footage of.
That's why I apologized after making you stop. Did I?
Yeah.
Well,
What?
Yeah. Did I apologize for making you stop? Because I should have.
I don't know. Yeah, but then you'd have to start counting people in the crowd, how many are looking up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Again, it's besides the fucking point because the question is around the explosive charge, and I don't know why he's like, so he's bringing it in because you know, if people heard a gunshot, well then they're obviously going to look from where the sound emanates from. She's saying, well, there's equals amount of people, you know, looking forward. It was obviously, I remember some noise, but again, that's just what I remember. Like, so we'd have to go back and look at the original clip. But again, she seems to be just kind of getting away from answering around the actual claim that it was the microphone that exploded and killed him. But we'll see what she has to say anyway.
Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed and his experience. Yeah. So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And that's
because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you: does that box go sideways off the table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, you can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000 pounds of energy.
Well, we can fact check that. How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that that's not
but
possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. He didn't get blown back.
Sorry, just doing a Bill Hicks thing. Sorry.
It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And
yeah, here's the Rob O'Neill. This is a Marine, is it, or a?
I don't know, but it's one of the there's like a handful of guys who know about guns to varying degrees that have been doing like experiments and stuff, or just sitting in front of their camera and saying, "This is what I think from my experience." So it could be one of those guys.
Well, because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if the clues?
I fucking broke my whole laughing at that one. When I heard
it. Slow motion goggles. new tech like the discombobulator slows time down.
Well, no, he had a drone hanging in the sky at the same time recording the guy getting shot. Yeah.
Well, why are you able to assert your position as
because
a fact?
I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air has to move out of way of bullet.
Well, maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say, for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and
you can fact check it.
Your
fact check if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air. It's where it dispersed the air. It was underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
A bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck,
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath
it is beneath
the
his shirt. The
it
shirt
starts
puffs.
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not that was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my platform.
Do you think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic. I
think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shaped charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people, actually, regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
Good to see you, General Holt. A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular, and it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or a conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt.
Glad you found it so fucking funny.
I mean, that's fucking just his delivery. It's like, yeah, I killed a bunch of people.
A lot of people, not just a bunch, but like more people than a fucking an average city would kill. Like,
I've killed more people than you've ever met.
Yeah, let me tell you, like, oh, fond memories, huh?
Shirt move like that looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk. They were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X.
Have those SIM cards ever turned up? No, I take it they haven't. Or
the SIM card from the camera behind was put into a laptop. The videos were downloaded, and those videos were sent, or singular video. But usually, you know how these things work. Videos were sent to the FBI. The SD card vanished. Nobody knows where it is, like officially. There's no other SIM card, SD cards that are mentioned by anyone.
Okay, so the FBI have, well, apparently they have the footage from that camera, which is 4K.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we would then expect to see that at the trial proper, yeah?
Yeah.
And if we don't, well then, there's a big question as to why.
Well, the thing is that Candace's concern, and everyone's concern, is what happened between the steps of the SD card goes into a laptop and then the videos arrive to the FBI.
But wouldn't the same question be asked of the SIM card, like, or the SD card? So if the FBI had the SD card, then what happens between the FBI having the SD card?
But in terms of like the hierarchy of like who we can trust, some random guy, it doesn't like come anywhere close to the FBI. At least if it's the FBI, then we can point the finger and say, well, those guys had the official responsibility. This is just some TPUSA guy. And
so what, the TPUSA guy, he downloaded the video,
yes,
saved it to the laptop, is it?
Yeah, he transferred the files from the SD card, yeah.
Okay, the laptop, and then gave the laptop to the FBI, is it? Or
no, sent the videos to
okay,
the FBI.
and where's the laptop?
Well, that's another good fucking question.
Okay, so we don't know. So it's possible the FBI have the laptop?
It's possible. You would expect, because that becomes evidence then, doesn't it?
Yeah, so that's why we need to see what transpires at the trial, at the trial, yeah. But yeah, I just have a sneaking suspicion that if the SD card was handed over to the FBI, there would still be the question of, well, surely the FBI have altered with it, or can we trust it? And what's going to be on this SD card? Like, so imagine they have the SD card. There's no question about anything else as to it might be altered. But what is it we expect to see from this? So this camera is positioned behind Charlie Kirk, is it?
Yes, directly, behind. And there's another camera that I know of that is a part of their setup, which is an angle facing him at the desk, which is, the usual thing you'd see in all Charlie Kirk videos, right?
Okay.
I don't know if there's any other TPUSA videos of cameras in operation that day. I'll look into that. But like for other than that, there's like fucking camera phones, and what I'm getting at is the more fucking footage, the better.
There's a question around this footage like that, and this is 4K. What is it what is it, even the Candace, I don't know if you know, but what is it she expects to see? Expects to see from this footage that will make her case stronger? Are we supposed to see the explosion of the supposed microphone or shooter in the crowd, or we just need to explore what's on the camera to see what we can see?
Look, if she has a suspicion, she never shared it with the public. I think it's just a lot of people just think it's weird.
That's suspicious. Okay, fair
enough. I mean, like, that's one thing to take the SD card, but then to like take the chair that some guy was just murdered on to stand on and take the SD card. I know you got to get up there, but like, someone just got murdered in front of you. Leave that shit alone,
Yeah, it's extremely odd. It's like I can only think of one real reason why someone would want to do that, and that's to hide
something,
evidence. And it would, like, given that there's so many people around and other footage, anyway, it would have me more thinking along the line that the camera is not a camera, but rather some sort of fucking weapon or something.
I heard that one before, that it was a gun, and that's why someone went up to it. But then it transpired, like Tucker Carlson asked on the Charlie Kirk show or whatever it's called, so why did your guy take the SD card out? And so it's just accepted fact that it's camera, and that's it.
Okay, unless Tucker's in on the conspiracy as well.
CIA, and he only figured out that his father was in the CIA 5 months after he had a conversation about it with Vladimir Putin.
Yeah.
Travel, man.
Yeah, there's a suspicion now that he's a Qatari agent as well.
Somehow there didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm
he's
just saying he observed. He said he's shot people up close, and he's never seen a shirt move like that, and it looked to him like explosive. That's what he just said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
No.
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah. But
what the fuck? Oh man, you're a slow ass bitch. That's your problem.
It's not. You're being too kind to her by saying she's slow. Like that's not the act of a slow person.
Oh, okay. So you're saying she's just taking whatever she can.
She's avoiding the questions. Shifting the goalposts.
Yeah. Of course, she's just making shit up to confuse and bring people down side alleys and shit. Yeah.
Yeah. So we get away from the actually addressing what was asked.
But that's if you slow it down. The disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's not what I saw, and clearly it's not what he saw, and he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you.
No, see, after she said this thing about, but you said this though, and if you watch that she looked at PDB like, I got him, as in like she actually was convinced by what she said herself. Like, you can't fake that shit.
Maybe.
Or maybe she was saying, got him again. So maybe I'm wrong. Yeah.
Your opinion's on a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah. I mean, I think
that's so funny.
That's clever as well, bringing PPD into the onto her side. Like everybody's on her side. We can keep answering your questions. Does she?
No, actually, I think it's more like the royal we. She's like the queen bee of this like high, like the Borg.
She just talked about herself in the third person as well. Like Candace can keep asking you questions when we come back.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, are we watching the ads?
No, fuck no.
Okay, I thought that's just enough time for me to empty my bladder.
Okay, we'll watch the ads then. I'll grab a quick cup of tea because, in fairness, I'm pretty bored with this myself at this stage, to be honest.
Yeah, I think we made our point. Well, rather, you made your point to me and the audience. Yeah.
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 So okay, well, we just cut it, will we?
Yeah. And how about we? You go make your tea. I'll go answer Nature's Call. And we look at something different, just to kind of bring a bit of levity. Unless you want to get an extra hour sleep or extra half-hour sleep, that's cool.
No, I'm good. I'll just grab a cup of tea.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, we'll go back to Dublin Bay and play a song. Thanks for sticking with us all this time, folks. It means as much to us as it does to you. I'll say it this way. Where would we be without the anti-broadcast? You know what? A big defender of Candace Owens has been Milo Yiannopoulos, and he's had quite a comeback. I don't know where he disappeared to, but oh my God, he is such a queen. I love him. He's just, so catty. I could listen to him talk for days on end. There's only 2 people that I can say that about, and Milo Yiannopoulos is one. So I made an AI song months ago about his comeback called King in Exile, Milo the Fabulous. It's you know, deliberately gay. So enjoy it.
They canceled the crown. They tried to burn the throne. Said the party was over. Left him all alone. Fought with his past. A controversial line. Yeah. A king in exile from his own land and time. But the ashes are glowing, a fire in the dark. He's got a new mission, a brand new mark. A little black cat with emerald eyes showed him the miracle, a new sunrise. Oh, Milo's back and he's on the attack. A fabulous warrior, there's no turning back. He's the great destroyer, Shiva in the fray. To burn the hypocrisy and shows the way. The quiet boys preach with venom and might about women and gays in the pale moonlight. But he knows the secrets, the whispers and sins. He's got the receipts and the war begins. Santa says hush with a panic plea. He can't say that, but Milo is free. No one ever sues me, he says with a grin. Bring on the lawsuit, let the games begin. Back and he's on the attack. A fabulous warrior, there's no turning back. He's the great destroyer, Shiva in the fray. To burn the hypocrisy and show us the way. The flick of the wrist and a line so precise. He's cutting the liars, he's rolling the dice. They dope out Candace, the grieving souls fight. He stood in the fire and he made things right. Said I don't have to agree to know what is true. He's defending his own, it's what he must do. Fight for our soul, 'cause this unbeatable spirit makes us whole. Oh, Milo's back and he's on the attack. A fabulous warrior, there's no turning back. He's the great destroyer, Shiva in the fray. To burn the hypocrisy and show us the way. The flick of the wrist and a line so precise. He's cutting the liars, he's rolling the dice. Milo's back and he's on the attack. Yeah. The great destroyer. Watch him go. Miles back. And he's beautiful.
Yo, gather round and round taking John Woods beside Mike's situation unstable. I'll bell clip away spoon, and one man wishing he could leave the room. County games, walk team chest, puff with pride. Saturn held down, had nowhere high. clutching that spoon like a violin bow. Delicate fingers, nowhere to go. John Waters asked me questions deep and wide about the solar vital and the turn of the tide. The county just nodded with $1,000 to spare. Scroll through his brain from the tape to share. The globalists, the elites, you heard last Tuesday before at 3 videos a day. Same content cycle. This whole political diet, algorithm, let me please spoon fed and trifle. Wooden spoon, holding it deep like a tune. Staring into the middle distance, noon to noon, on the brain to dissolve underneath the road. Then the horseman rose and spoke with fire. The violent spirit reaching high and high. Conway gazed on like the scene of the divine. Never once blinking, frozen in time. And there's county gains in the corner of the frame. Suddenly edging down with slowly clean and fade. Like a man in Google House who become invisible and found an answer which being is pitiful. The bread of our age sat wise in his chair. Time try to add some stop.
Not my greatest AI song creation, I have to admit. It was. I could have spent more time prompting the living crap out of the AI to make the lyrics not come across so garbled. But that was my little jab at County Gaines's appearance on, of all fucking shows, John Waters' show. Like how he got there is beyond me. But, you know, him more likely than us. I'll give him that. He showed up at, oh yeah, that's it. He was in Galway because, you know, that's where he lives. While the blockade was going on of the port, and by the sounds of it, he was just passing in the bus or something, you know. It's like, oh, great. Citizen journalist, yeah. By the way, folks, the Anti-Broadcast is sponsored by me. I'm an astrologer. If you ever had interest in your birth chart and what that says about you, that's one thing I do. Just one. But that's probably the best place to start, is to get to know yourself, because without knowing yourself, you can't fully, you know, understand the world and other people. You know, you can start there, understanding yourself and other people, but you're coming from a much more powerful position when you know yourself. But that's not the only astrological service that any astrologer gives, really. But myself in particular, I do it all. I do horary, which is a very cheap and quick form of astrology. You ask me a question, I look at the stars at the time and place that I understood that question, and I give you a concise answer. Sometimes that answer is the stars don't want to tell you, and I'm sorry, I'm going to have to refund you. But this is probably the oldest form of astrology. Looking at the stars for an answer to a specific question. It could be, do I marry this person? Do I go into business with this person? Or where's the remote? Believe me, I've used this form of astrology to find my car keys on 2 occasions, and it was eerily accurate. You can see all the offerings that I have on cosmicroadmaps.com. and you can use the coupon code TAB Summer. Scrolling the bottom of your screen there for, a decent enough discount. A few of the viewers of the show have been my clients, and they have amazing things to say. I don't toot my horn about a whole lot, but I'm a damn fucking good astrologer. Who met at the Misha Air Festival? Oh, County Gaines and Waters met at the Misha Air Festival.
Oh.
I did not know that. Thank you. So that's where the connection was made.
I'm transfixed by this boat docking.
Yeah. That's one of the lovely things about this camera, is that sometimes you see a boat. I don't care. It could be a little tugboat and I'd be fascinated. But this is cool.
I would have those fucking containers destroyed if that was me. Like I plowed straight into them. Like the control is incredible. Like I've sailed a boat once. Fucking disaster. Like absolute disaster.
When you say boat, like what are you talking
Like,
about?
do you know the cruises you take on the Shannon?
Yeah.
You know, like one of those fucking things. Like
Oh,
my
wow.
God, yeah, it was a nightmare.
Really?
I was talking to your mother and father about it before I left. Like, because he was saying he's big into sailing. So,
oh, well, that would be a point. Yeah.
I was telling him about my one experience sailing, like, and then they told me they had a similar experience in their youth, like. So, yeah, so that's fucking impressive. A boat that size. I don't even know if it's automated or not. Like, but. At
No,
some stage
I
it
don't
been.
think it's gotten, like, at some stage it might be automated, but no, I don't think so. You can't replace human fucking skill there.
No.
I don't think. Yeah.
All right, I come back to say goodbye. You're right. There's no point in me hanging around. So I'll say goodbye. Yeah, I can't think of anything to fucking say anyway, like, or what we look at. And
okay.
Yeah, I have to be up early, so it's
that's what I was thinking.
out at what 2:30 anyway, like, so so cool. Yeah, so good night, folks. Thanks for tuning in. I'm not sure when we'll see you next, but sooner rather than later anyway. And if you come across County or Clara, tell them we were asking for them. And I'm kind of half afraid to send an invite because it may be construed as harassment.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's definitely not on the cards. No.
Yeah, but we'll put it into the ether, like Clara, County. Feel free to come on if you have an issue with us, and we'll hash it out.
Yeah. Dr. Crispy asks who won the debate, and I think both our opinions is that nobody won, right?
Yeah, no, but I think as a pure debate, nobody really was able to make their claim, So Andrew couldn't prove there was overwhelming evidence. Candace couldn't prove that, Tyler Robinson, there's overwhelming. He is indeed Patsy. I think Andrew came off looking the worst in my eyes. Anyway, I think a lot of people felt that as well. One, because I put more stock in Andrew to begin with. He didn't perform as well as I thought he could perform. I never thought it was purely going to be a debate around Ihwa, Crispy, around the topics, and Ethna, the same to you. So I was just a little bit disappointed in Andrew's performance. The thing that kind of I was more disappointed in that we didn't get around to was when he outright lied about knowing the topics.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, the charges.
Yeah, the topics. Yeah. Jesus Christ, like I'm fucking as bad as fucking.
Yeah, you do need sleep.
Yeah. So that kind of disappointed me. I can understand why he'd do it because he's on the back foot.
And
rather than just say, well, I can't recall, or but just the fact that he committed to that bullshit. That was kind of disappointing. And then at the start, when he kind of walked back from the strong claim to the weak claim, Candace did it as well. But I don't think Candace really proved much other than that she can talk at speed and at length. Which is just how he set through that is fucking beyond me. But it did, and for Andrew as well, even though because he's worked for TPUSA doesn't necessarily mean that he's TPS or TPUSA's boy, but it does throw doubt around it. But if we're going to hold ourselves to that standard, well, then we can never work for anybody who's involved with anything that might be considered nefarious. Ultimately, I don't think we're going to get to the truth of it to anybody's satisfaction. Even when the trial ends, those who think it is somehow a conspiracy will still think it's a conspiracy. I don't think there's many people out there who actually think it's like, okay, well, there's nothing more to this. Everybody has questions. It's not 1990 where it's only a few people who begin to ask questions about official stories. It's kind of the inverse of that now, where it's like, well, an official story or narrative by definition can't be true, and that's just equally as frustrating. How we'd ever get to closure on something like that, again, for me, the only way possible would be to have a state that's essentially a total surveillance state, so there could be no question about anything. For me, the more interesting question was, well, how do we move beyond opinion to knowledge? That's not going to be answered in a debate like that. That's essentially the domain of philosophers. But I think it's important that everybody kind of has some basic knowledge around it, so we're not forever trapped in just mere opinion about things, because that's essentially useless if you ever want to have knowledge or truth about anything. And then there was other questions we didn't get to. I think we touched most on it last week, just around loyalty over truth and what's more important to people. Everyone likes to think that we're committed to truth, and that's the big thing that we're all aiming at. But a lot of the time, it's loyalty is going to blind people to truth. And then the question is, well, is truth really something worth aiming at, even if it's fucking horrible? Like, everybody seems to be pretending to aim at, well, we want to know the truth about Charlie Kirk, but do we? Does Candace want to know the truth? What does the truth look like to Candace? Is the truth to Candace just the preconceived notion that she has that in her head, that she knows what happens, she knows exactly what happened, and she won't be satisfied unless that's actually proven at the end of the day, which it won't be, because, again, I'm not even sure what Candace actually fucking thinks happens, because judging from that debate, it kind of moves and shifts and goes all over the place. Looking at some of the clips from the past, it seems, again, she's shifting from one theory to the next theory, to the next theory, to the next theory, to the next thing, which is fine, because that's all anybody can really do. And then it's like, what do people actually expect from Candace? Like, do they actually expect her to have the skills to, go through everything and then at the end come up with a really solid case? I can't see that happening. And then, what does Candace expect from herself? It seems like there's almost an arrogance there that she somehow she can't be wrong. She can never admit to being wrong, that it's just the case of, oh no, well, that was just an idea she was expressing or something she was exploring. But I've seen numerous clips where it's not an exploration, this is a brute fact about the case. And I think ultimately Candace could learn from Andrew Wilson around things like justifying claims and stuff like that. Does she have to? No. Will she? No. She pretty much has everything she needs. She's like you said, the number one or number two podcaster in the world. I think if you're in that position, the same level of scrutiny should fall on that person, if not more, or to the same level that she's demanding from others. We see what happened when people get into those positions. Well, then the conspiracy can easily shift to that person. And then it's questions about, well, how did she get into that position? Why is she in the number one position? Is she above board? Is she being influenced? We did the same with Joe Rogan. When Joe Rogan was, at the top of the podium. And then he kind of changed opinion on certain topics. Then it shifts to Joe Rogan. Well, Joe Rogan must be somehow corrupt at this stage.
Yeah.
So there's always that question. But then to actually justify the suspicion is the difficult part. And the bigger question is, why do we fucking even care anyway? Like Charlie Kirk is still dead. Once the trial is over, like how does that improve our lives at all? It doesn't. Are we going to accept the findings of the jury? Doubt it. In 5 years' time, will Candace Owens still be talking about Charlie Kirk?
Oh yeah,
probably. Unless the next big thing comes along, there's another assassination.
There could always be something bigger. Yeah.
Yeah, and where do we go from there? Like, and the bigger thing, this loyalty thing about like always wanting our guy to win, and how easily we can dismiss the other person's point of view or skip past it. Like, and that's what I see online, because I've looked at kind of both sides and the fan base, where they kind of again already have their mind made up from the beginning that, oh well, Candace is right, Andrew is right, and nothing can ever fucking change that. And so that was it. I just thought it was interesting. The big thing was, who won, who won, who didn't win.
Yeah. That's the surface thing for the,
yeah.
gallery.
More interesting to me was those other questions around it, and then especially for myself as well, because I have a problem where I can be seen to, well, you're not committing to this or you're not committing to that. Like, you're not joining a team, so you're kind of
right,
the outsider. And then there's problems with that as well, because if you're always skeptical about everything, well, then you can never actually, join the larger group to get your goals met. But then if you get dragged into that, well, then you have to give up essentially that questioning power, stop being skeptical, give your mind over to the hive for some idea that you'll achieve power that way, only then to realize at the end of the day that you're no closer to that power anyway, because internal conflicts will take over. And we see that with fucking TPUSA. As soon as Charlie's out of the question, there's a struggle for his position that his wife filled. So I don't fucking know, man, at the end of the day. That's all I can say about most things, is that I truly don't know. I think if Candace was honest, she'd say, well, she doesn't know either. Andrew would say she doesn't know either. But that's not very interesting to people. It's not very entertaining. People prefer concrete answers. They prefer people who are confident in their assertions.
Yeah.
And that's good enough for most people, because most people just find people who are unsure pretty much pointless, because people need quick answers. They need to move on quickly. They're not willing or interested in taking the time to arrive at a justified position. And even then, like, can you ever fucking arrive at a truly justified position, especially with something like that? Don't have access to all the information. And what level of information would you actually need to be able to arrive at a truly justified position about what happened? You'd have to know the minds of everybody involved. Like, it's just too fucking much. Like, so yeah, I'm not sure where I started on this train of thought.
That you've summed up the whole thing. The as in the thing being our mission with going through that debate. You've summed it up perfectly. And we will actually do our own debate on this subject, because that's a good idea that Morgan came up with. My idea is that we take the thumbnail for the that debate, that says the great debate. Only what we'll do is I'll paste my face on Candace and your face on Wilson, and then maybe Clara's face on PBD. I think that would be an enticing thumbnail.
Yeah. And then Yeah, I don't know. Like, so the debate is interesting, but then again, it's the two of us taking a predetermined position and arguing for it. So even ourselves, we're not aiming at the truth. We're aiming at the
I mean, my thing is that we will do a better job than they did.
Yeah, we do a better job than they did, but again, like we're, I'm not even sure what we're going to be arguing for or against anyway. Like other than what the same thing, that there's undeniable proof that Tyler Robinson is
Well, I
responsible.
wouldn't expect you to argue that, and I'm not going to argue that I know who did it. So yeah, it's going to have to be a bit different.
Yeah. All right. If you want inconclusive conclusions, I'm your man. Yeah. So I don't know. We'll do that debate anyway, and then it might be interesting to see if we can do something to get to the truth of it. But that's ultimately pointless as well because who has the fucking time?
Come on, man! You're a fucking YouTuber. Where's your spunk?
I don't know. My spunk is gone. My spunk is useless. I had a vasectomy years ago. Yeah, but that's it really. And then going with fucking what's his face, Fat Boy Slim, County Gaines, talking about being authentic. Authenticity doesn't sell on YouTube. It's just I don't think so anyway.
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm getting too pessimistic now. Like, so
yeah. There's loads of authentic people on YouTube, or authentic appearing people on YouTube.
Yeah. There we go. We're gonna end up saying nothing about anything. All right. Good night, okay, folks. Thanks for.
I'm going to take a minute here myself on the show, and good night.
All right. Good night, man.
All right, so a question was asked about my services, so I'm going to answer that real quick. Astrology, not astronomy. Easy mistake to make. Astronomy is the study of everything pretty much outside of the Earth's atmosphere, whether it be stars, planets, and how those work together. Astrology, however, is the precursor to astronomy. If you go back to the beginnings of astronomy, you'll find that for at least 100 years, roughly 100 years, every astronomer, a pioneer in the field, was an astrologer. The species, us humans, we've been looking to the sky for signs and guidance since the beginning, literally the beginning, because when you think about it, we're just a bunch of primitive guys just going about doing our business during the day, and not everyone can go to sleep at night. You have to have certain people awake, to make sure that mountain lions or competing tribes don't come and kill us in our sleep. So there's always at least some amount of people awake during the night, especially in the northern parts of the world and the southern parts of the world where the nights were longest during the colder months. And you have to think, like, there were no books, no screens for us to look at. There was only a certain amount of stories that we could tell each other. But up there, think about it, no light pollution. And when there were no clouds in the sky, it was just full of light of many different colors, and this amazing strip through the sky called the Milky Way. And these strange lights in the sky that moved through the sky over the course of days. And this really big, bright one that you could see very clearly when the sun was down, that's called the moon. And those moving stars, which the word planet means, were planets, we found out. So, of course, this grabbed our imagination in such a deep way. It's been the belief of our ancestors, as in all of humanity's ancestors, all the way up to this modern age, that this is a reflection of us. This is the gods or God speaking to us, giving us messages, telling us stories about our creation. And that is what the discipline of astrology is based on. We've only just really given it a name in the last 1,000 or so years, really, because to our prehistory ancestors, this was just, astromancy or something, You just look up at the sky and the sky tells you what's going to happen tomorrow. And it's eerily fucking accurate. I wouldn't spend this much time of my life, which is fucking years, studying this, had I not known that there was something to it. Now, this is cosmicroadmaps.com. I'll probably link that in the chat now. If you want to check it out, just these are what I have on offer. And by the way, capital letters TAB, capital S summer, TAB summer for either 10 or 20% off, I forget. Now, I have to work on the wording of the website here, but I mean this, that most people misunderstand themselves in exactly the right way. We grow up in this world and we're either told how we are or we have to behave in a certain way in order to survive our childhood and early adulthood. Or, some of us are lucky enough to find our own way and know what we're about from the beginning. But for the most of us, for the most part, we require some outside guidance. Now, you can decide which service you'd like to avail of. I would really start with a birth chart. You got to know yourself, and that's the only way that you can really get what we call a solar return, which is a birthday chart, how your year is going to look going forward. My birthday chart has a lot of death themes. I'm kind of worried about certain people in my life. I think this is the year. A lot of falling away of old ways of living, as well as maybe the passing of people I care about. One of those being the amazing actor Tim Curry. And you'd also need a birth chart to get a lunar feed, which is a 6-month kind of weather forecast for how your life's going to go. Horary, which I touched upon, just reasonable, €15. Any question you have between where's my keys to should I get involved with this person, whether it's romantically or business or what have you, any question, as long as it's related to you somehow as individual. We also have synastry. If you have met someone romantically or business-wise, you would like to see your birth charts lined up to each other and see how they interact. That is an excellent service. And electional. Now, this is an interesting one. The who was that? Big financier. He said millionaires don't use astrology, billionaires do. Now, you'd find that, say, the inauguration of Prince Philip as King Philip, that there was a specific time chosen for that. In the whole big inauguration ceremony, it was like 4 hours long. I have a report built up on it that I need to get around to releasing, actually, as a blog post about the different stations. You know, the whatever, the Archbishop of Canterbury or whoever the fuck it is that inaugurates the king did this, and then they went there, and you know, the whole ceremony happened. Then all of these different stations had meaning that was being spelled out in the stars above at that exact moment over London. Now, this is what these people do regularly. They choose time ahead of time astrologically to get the best results out of whatever it is that they're starting a business, or they're being inaugurated as the king. I'm using the wrong word there. But being made the king officially, what have you, instead of just allowing it to, you know, be up to fate. The people who run our world, whether you like it or not, or whether you agree with astrology or not, they fucking use it. They use it obsessively in everything they do. And for the most part, they're very successful with it. So if you want to start a business, if you want to start any kind of activity, any organization, if you want to meet someone for the first time and you want to make sure that that situation goes in your favor, or maybe more in your favor than their favor, maybe it's an adversarial kind of interaction you're having, I can help you find the correct time and place to do that. And yeah, that's my thing, you know. And thanks for listening to my presentation. I guess I'm still learning how to do it. We are all part of the universe, Wild Irish Vic said. Yes, absolutely. It's an interesting conversation to have. Like, what are we? Who are we? How do we fit into this? And we certainly are one with everything. A lot of people would call that God. But whatever it is we're in, the universe, God, it's given us free will, right? We are special in the universe. Us conscious creatures, which might involve certain species of animals, or maybe all animals, or maybe all, you know, microbes and matter is conscious. That's a question too. But I know that we are conscious and we have free will, and it doesn't behave like the neuroscientists are trying to tell us, that we're just banging off of each other and it's all predictable. So when you consider astrology from me, I'm not coming along to say that, oh, this planet was here and blah, 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 so that means that you must be that thing. I'm describing the weather that you were born under, or that is currently affecting you now. You get to decide how you respond to that weather. And that's the powerful thing about astrology, is understanding that, as opposed to thinking, oh, I'm this helpless thing that's being affected by planets and stars or what have you. That's just a trap. That's you giving your power away, and that's not the agenda here when I hawk my wares. So, good night, folks. I hope I didn't insult Dr. Crispy, our Christian friend, by talking about astrology. It's a touchy subject. All right. Yeah. No big fanfare to say goodnight. But do stay tuned. I think we're kind of going for Saturday. Maybe I didn't discuss this with Morgan, but we have a show lined up for something. I'm not going to give it away, but on Saturday we do have that debate going on. That might be a month from now because I need to find time to do my research. But I will say that I'm going to try something new on the channel just to keep it alive while, I know that we haven't been live very often. So YouTube has kind of bumped us down in the algorithm. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a game. We're going to play a game. I'm going to play it on hard mode and no manual saves. And it's an entertaining game. It's got an edge of conspiracy and esoteric, paranormal stuff about it. It'd be interesting to watch someone play. And we're going to stop and talk about the news and stuff like that. And if that goes well and you guys like that, then we'll continue that. Otherwise, the rest of the gameplay is going to be just on kick.com, rumble.com. And just trying new things. That's all you can do. All right, Iowa, folks.